regular meeting to order at 4:35. I have a roll call, please.
Devin Conley,
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio.
And Bill Lambert. Record reflect that 4 trustees are here and trustee Reed is absent. We expect her to be here soon. Do I have any questions or comments about the agenda?
One thing I would like to, we had a lot of significant community interest and concern about 10.k. I would like to propose we move that up to maybe right after the ELAP item, so up to B.
Okay, any additional comments? I have a motion to approve or do I have any public comments on the agenda? I don't see any. None online. You want to say something else?
Oh, no, just
I
motion.
have a motion to approve the agenda with item 10K moved at the beginning of the review and action section.
second.
So motioned.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, except for trustee Reed. This is the time for opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on the closed session agenda items? I see none in the room. We have none online. Case, we'll end the open session and move to closed session. Okay, the board is returning to closed session at 6 p.m. I'd like to say that no reportable action was taken during closed session and that trustee DeFazio recused himself from items B1 and B2. Next item on the agenda is the Benjamin Bubb Elementary School Showcase.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable board members, Superintendent Bear, friends, family, students, and community members, and of course, staff. My name is Jane Jung, and I am the proud principal of Bubb Elementary. Tonight, we are here to showcase about our school, and I'd like to start off by saying it has been an honor to lead Bubb this year as my first principalship. There are so many wonderful things that we have done this year, and we are going to highlight three major events and initiatives and activities. But first, we'll start with the pledge. Can our Cubs please come up and lead? Thank you. We're facing the flag, placing the flag, hands over our hearts, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Would you like to take a picture with us?
We usually do it at the end. But yes. All right, so I'm going to start with some introductions. I will then talk about the social emotional learning at Bubb this year. We will then go on to our green team. We're going to talk a little bit about Heritage Months, and we will end with our Bubb song. So the three really big buckets that we wanted to showcase tonight starts with SEL. We have a fantastic new counselor this year. We've synergized with Better Together and also with Project Cornerstone. The second big bucket we wanted to showcase was our green team and our sustainability initiative. And then the last part is about inclusion and belonging, about our heritage months, about CUP leadership, and the ways we build community at Bubb. So let me introduce our staff. So at Bubb, we have 21 excellent teachers supported by almost over 40 staff members, and we serve 325 students. So you can see an overview of each of our staff members, and we have many staff members here tonight. Wave if you're a staff member. Thank you. All right, the first thing that we're going to talk about tonight is social emotional learning, and I'd like to introduce our counselor, Ms. Kira.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kira Henry Duran. The students call me Miss Kira, and I put together a little video to explain some of the things that are happening at Bubb that have to do with social emotional learning. Hello, everyone. My name is Kira Henry Duran, and I'm the counselor here at Bubb. My role as a school counselor here has been such a great experience this year, getting to support students in so many different ways. My role has been very collaborative, supporting the whole student through different partnerships with teachers and staff, such as the SCEF, ARIS, principal, and all of the school team members. I have been active in parent meetings, connecting families with both in-school counseling services and outside interventions when needed. I run individual and small group counseling that addresses specific student needs and also monthly SEL lessons on topics such as cooperation, courage, and empathy that help build school-wide social emotional skills. That can be seen in this picture here. As a counselor here, I have also run programs such as the Lunch Bunch for 2nd through 5th graders to support peer connection in my office here, daily check-in, check-outs with a group of 1st grade students to help build consistency and positive role models for them, and also help kindergartners from time to time transition into the classroom each morning. A key tool in this work has been using the platform Sown to Grow. This is an online platform that is designed to support elementary students' social emotional learning through weekly reflection questions and a mood meter. Students engage in weekly emotional and academic check-ins that are aligned to the school year. Then teachers, counselors, and admin can monitor their progress, their moods over the week, and provide feedback. We also receive alerts if a student might need additional support. This approach helps foster a growth mindset in students and helps students take an active role in their social emotional learning. This platform has also helped mitigate different emergencies this year through its alerts, as well as help build connections between staff and students through these reflections. And here is a look at some students answering what they like best about Sown to Grow.
What I like best about Sown to Grow is that I can express feelings online, and then an adult can come and talk to me.
Sown to Grow has helped me this year by letting me express my emotions.
If I didn't have Sown to Grow, I wouldn't have been shared my emotions, and I would be feeling sad all the time.
Thank you for watching that video. Hello, everyone.
So we talked a little bit about the Sown to Grow platform, which has been a very, very useful tool in helping us gauge the emotions of our students. We respond to alerts immediately, and we are also able to see trends. So we see patterns, things that may be happening in society or on our site or in the community in relation to how the students are checking in with their emotions. So I'd like to introduce two students who would like to talk a little bit about this platform, Ori and Alex.
So, Sown to Grow is a fundamental platform / program that helps our students grow and learn about themselves in a safe learning environment.
For example, each week we get to share our emotions and feelings with a trusted adult.
Every week, we get a little prompt that asks us about our week or something related to social emotional learning.
Our responses are sent to our wonderful teachers and incredible school counselors, Ms. Kiera, our SCEF, and Mr. Carrillo, and our amazing Principal John.
If a student is struggling in class or in other places, they can express their emotion in Sown to Grow.
This way, Bubb staff can reach out to us students.
Bubb School started doing Sown to Grow in 2022.
The school has seen a major impact on happiness in Bubb students' lives.
Another important part of our social and emotional learning is the partnership that we have with our parents and Project Cornerstone through YMCA. I have a video to share of our Project Cornerstone lead parents and their thoughts and feelings about Project Cornerstone. Oh, I apologize. Before we get to that, Mr. Carrillo, I apologize. He was unable to be here today. He is our SCEF, which is a school community engagement facilitator, and he really has been an integral part of connecting homeschool. He is not only multilingual, but he is kind, open-hearted, and just empathetic, and has been really important person on our campus. He's going to share a little bit about what he does and how he has fostered homeschool connection as well as social emotional learning.
Good evening, board members and members of the public. My name is Jose Carrillo, and I'm the School and Community Engagement Facilitator here at Bubb Elementary. When people ask me what it is that I do here at Bubb, I always say that I have the beautiful privilege of working with not only the student, but with the student's family and their community. Part of what I do is make sure that I provide all of our families with the right resources, whether it be food, clothing, shelter, mental and emotional well-being services, and so much more. Principal Jung, our school site counselor, Ms. Kiara, and myself are always working together and thinking of different ways of making sure that all of our different cultures and communities feel like they belong here at Bubb. One example of this would be with our small but growing Hispanic community. I make sure that anytime we have an event at Bubb, that we are translating and transmitting the information appropriately to our Spanish-speaking communities. And once we're at the event, I also make sure that we have the right resources like interpretation devices to make sure that they are also benefiting from the information that we are sharing with the entire Bubb family. So really, we feel like this is a great way to make sure that our Spanish-speaking families feel like they also have a special place here at Bubb. Really, Bubb is a great place to be at, a great place to work at. And so if you haven't done so yet, we warmly invite you to come and visit us at your earliest convenience. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Carrillo.
Good evening, board members and members of the public.
This year is when my principal bulletin goes out. Mr. Carrillo actually voice reads out loud as he interprets and sends that voice media to our Spanish-speaking families so that they can access it, whether they're driving home or cooking or running errands. And so that is a 1-degree change that we have made to make stronger connections with our families. Now we'll go on to Project Cornerstone, and on the video, you are going to hear from our parent leads.
Hi, my name is Vanitha Olwin, and I am a parent here at Bubb Elementary. This is actually my 12th year of being a parent here. I've had 3 kids go through this school, and I started volunteering for Project Cornerstone as a reader when my eldest was in kindergarten. So I started as a reader, and now I co-lead the program here at Bubb. Why I joined the program and why I continue to love it is because it really does provide students with like a vernacular and a language and a framework around social emotional learning. Over the years, I found that when we started, it was new words, right? Like filling buckets or, bucket dipping and all of that. And now, whether they realize it or not, that is part of their vernacular, and which is amazing. As a parent, I found that our other parent readers also really appreciate being part of this program. It gives us a way to be connected not just to our child, but to every single child in your child's class. And then if you keep reading, you really see them grow. And being a caring adult is a real foundational aspect of the Project Cornerstone program. And so we're really proud that we have such a committed and involved group of parent readers who continue to come back year after year.
Hi, I'm Margaret Black. And I'm Jessica Lemieux. And we're 2 of the Project Cornerstone leads here at Bubb. So Principal Jung asked me, how does Project Cornerstone build community at Bubb? First, we provide a common language for all the grades to discuss their emotions. And I think it's really important that we all read the same book at the same time so that the kids are all kind of thinking about the same themes each month. It also helps them build relationships with adults other than their teachers and parents over the course of the year. And it creates a community of supportive parents who know each other across grade levels. So I think that's how we build community at Bubb.
And I would add that I think having this common language, because we all learn the same lessons and we read the same books every week, it hopefully lets us look out for each other a little bit more. We can ask each other when we say, you filled my bucket today, or don't take the bait. We all know what we mean. And hopefully it helps us think a little bit more outside ourselves and look out for each other. So.
And now I'd like to introduce Bethany, one of our Bubb Cubs, to talk about Project Cornerstone.
Hi,
Project Cornerstone is a community initiative of the YMCA of Silicon Valley that works with more than 400 schools and community partners to change the personal behavior of children, strengthen programs that serve youth, and impact public policy. Asset Building Champions, ABC, is Project Cornerstone's literature-based program addressing and teaching about important issues like respect, tolerance, integrity, peaceful conflict resolution, taking a stand against bullying behaviors, and refusing to participate in gossip. Bubb volunteers are trained in the developmental assets model for positive youth development and prepared to read a specially selected children's book and lead activities and discussion that help teach valuable lessons related to these issues. Project Cornerstone has affected me by helping develop healthier and stronger relationships with people I know and also myself. It helped me build confidence, including the confidence to take a stand for people whenever I see something that is not right and to stand up for myself when someone is being unkind to me. This program has also significantly improved my communication skills. Its focus on personal growth and positive behavior has empowered me to make better decisions, handle challenges with resilience, and contribute to a more respectful and encouraging collective. Project Cornerstone has positively impacted my classmates by fostering a sense of community and promoting personal growth through its focus on character development and building strong relationships. It has helped us improve communication, resolving conflicts, and creating a more supportive and inclusive environment for everyone.
All right, and now I'd like to introduce our green team, and they're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing at Bubb to Green and also foster sustainability. So Mr. Franklin, Jane, Lucas, James, and Amalia.
We are the Green Team leaders at Benjamin Bubb Elementary School.
The Bubb Green Team exists to promote eco-friendly, sustainable practices at our school and within our community by actively engaging individuals to reduce environmental impacts through education initiatives and collaborative efforts. Activity aiming to create a healthier environmental mindset with a cohesive school community and a desire to help our world be the best it can be.
The kids at Bubb are learning about what happens to the waste that they create during snack, lunch, and even during class time.
With the help of the Bubb teachers, staff, and principal, our sustainability lead has created a group of over 70 students, Green Team leaders like us, who model for the rest of the Bubb community how to be a bit more friendly to our environment. The Green Team leaders from all grades, kindergarten through 5th, help kids sort their waste into separate bins: liquid, recycle, woodwell, landfill, and organics, aka compost. Across Bubb campus, you will find 6 sorting stations, 1 in the kindergarten playground, 1 outside the kindergarten playgrounds, 2 at the snack and lunch canopy where the most waste is generated, 1 at right at school, and even 1 in the staff lounge for our teachers. To include our community, the Green Team is building a small army of Bubb parent volunteers. These volunteers set up and take down the sorting stations every day.
Since the beginning of the Green Team initiative, our school has gone from landfilling over 40 trash bags from student lunch and snack every week to less than 3. Last week, we only threw away 1 bag. 1 bag!
Please think about that for a second. Over 39 fewer trash bags that go directly to a landfill every week, just from one school. Just imagine all the schools in the district, in the Bay Area, in California, in the United States. It's not very difficult. Just an extra few seconds out of your day to decide where to sort your waste. Seconds is all it takes.
I think the whole point of the Green Team is learning about sustainability and spreading the word that change is possible, and to show us kids in our community 2 things.
1, that we can have a strong impact, not just at our school, but on the entire planet. 2, that we kids and grown-ups can actively make a huge difference. We make the problems so we can solve the problems. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Franklin and his green team have worked tirelessly, and I'm so grateful to also to our parent community that have stepped up to volunteer. It really has made a difference in our trash, and our custodians will even say they have less work to do. So it is great. It's great for the environment, and we continue to grow this program, and we hope to share it with other sites as well. Okay. Thank you. So our last bucket that we want to talk about is inclusion and belonging. And we mindfully celebrated all of the heritage nights that were recognized by the board. And I'm going to have Sophia and Wing Fei come talk about those.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Roche. And my name is Wing Fei Cha. And we're in the 5th grade representing Benjamin Bubb Elementary School.
Today, we're going to be talking about our school's Heritage Month.
We are going to explain how the Heritage Months affected us and the people at our team.
Now, let's dive into the topic. A Heritage Month is where we celebrate people's cultures, values, and traditions. For example, our school puts up posters around the hallways.
These posters have a picture and a little bit of information about them. Like in Women's History Month, there would be a poster about Jane Goodall. The poster would have a picture and some information about what made her great and worth remembering in that month.
It is an amazing way to learn about important people in history. In addition to all of these posters, we also have parents come in and set up stands and teach us about that culture's traditions.
For example, in Hanukkah, a few volunteers came in at lunch and they set up stands with food that they would eat in their culture.
In this tradition, we would also be using an activity to learn more about the culture. Like when we were celebrating Hanukkah, there would be a stand to learn on how to play dreidel. We can even learn how to play it. Diversity night is another thing our school has to learn about diversity. We can learn about all the families in our community and the culture they have every day.
History months are really an important addition to our school's community.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Another way we build inclusion and belonging is our Cub leadership. So we're going to have two of our leaders, Igor and Everett, come speak about this.
Today we're going to be talking about club leadership. At Benjamin Bubb Elementary School, we enjoy helping our school community to make our school strive. We want to make our school the best we can possibly make it. In club leadership, we make our school beautiful and great for the earth. We also use art to make our school look like a fun school. We even plan spirit days and once helped the homeless by decorating snack bags and putting snacks into them. My friend Igor is going to read the second part of the script.
Test. I joined leadership because I like to make a difference in our school. I believe in school spirit and believe in helping others. Some ways leadership helps others is we create and edit school rules to help our school grow. For example, we have the Peace Path, which helps students solve arguments. We also plan events like Spirit Week to encourage students to be their best. The way leadership impacted me is that it helped me be a part of the decisions in our school, anticipate what it is like to be a leader in real life, and it helped me gain school spirit. Thank you, board members, for listening to our speeches today.
And finally, to end off, we will have Lorenzo.
Hi, my name is Lorenzo and we will now be performing the Bubb song.
Okay, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, Cubs, you can stay. Cubs, can you please stay? Thank you. And so that concludes our showcase. Thank you so much for your time. Like we said in the video, please come see us. We welcome everybody. All right, let's take a quick photo. Staff members, would you like to join? Our big bear cubs. President Lambert, did you want to dismiss the Bubb Cubs? Did you want to dismiss them?
So thank you very much for the presentation. We'll take a 5-minute break and to allow anybody who wants to leave. We will probably be here till about 10 o'clock tonight. If you want to listen, you're welcome to, but that's what we do. Okay, well, thanks a lot. Okay, we're back from the recess after the Bubb Elementary Showcase. Next item is item 6, Special Recognition Turtle Awards. Superintendent Bauer.
Yes, thank you. Turtle Awards are just a reminder our success on behalf of our children is magnified when we work together. The Turtle Award is designed to recognize an admirable employee who demonstrates exceptional collaboration and teamwork with their colleagues, and we're students here in Mountain View School District. And we have 7 people to be recognized this evening. Allie Leopold, John Zepizauer, Kim Berry, Kimberly Martinez, Lee Wilson, Lisette Telez, and Margaret Moore. So we want to congratulate each of them for the fantastic work they're doing in our schools.
Great, thank you. Okay, do I have any comments from the board? We have one comment from Ms. Sella.
Thank you. I want to thank all of those teachers and staff members as well, and all of those fabulous students and teachers and staff from Bubb Elementary. So lovely to see them. I also want to thank you all. I missed the meeting in person, but it was so fantastic to hear from so many community members about the last board meeting and how so much of the board meeting focused on student learning and achievement. So I want to recognize your efforts in that direction as well. And please keep doing it and doing more. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. We really appreciate it. I'd like to move on to the consent agenda. Do we have any board comments on the consent agenda? Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, just for discussion, I'd like to pull item K, the second reading of the bylaws.
Any other comments or questions or? Okay, any member of the public wish to speak on the consent agenda? Ms. Selleck?
Thanks. I would be up here speaking with my 100% literacy cigar again, but I think you all know how important literacy efforts are for me. What I want to address is if you could please pull out of C, the contract specifically, I guess it's D, the award of the contract for the Chromebooks. It's over 500,000 purchase, and it is for more laptops. And I know I've written you all individually, but I wanted to share that I think while the states and different counties and many districts are doing their best to take phones out of schools and to try to reduce screen time, I also think that we should think about this. Like, we shouldn't do things, we shouldn't buy things just because it was done in the past. We should look at what the educational impact is. And I don't think there should be any reason to have laptops, honestly, other than in a teacher's hands to demonstrate stuff in K through 2nd grade. And I don't think any laptop should really go home unless a family requests it between K and 5th grade. And I think that $500,000 that you're spending kind of as a habit has become habituated to, like, oh, we did this last year, let's do it again. I just want you to take the time to, one, pull this contract out and discuss it and think about the educational impact of what it does. There are studies that say that students learn better how to read and write with pencil and paper. There are studies over the last several years that say that they learn and retain mathematical fluency when they do it with pencil and paper. So when you encourage laptops going home, have you ever picked up a 3rd grader's backpack? Just think about how heavy that is. And when 90% of that usage at home, according to Securely, the software that the district has on those laptops, is for non-educational use, it doesn't help your community become an educated community. So please, I know I've written to you about this, but I feel it's important enough to present it in public so that you all can at least pull the contract, have the discussion. It's not about, the district is not about efficiency. It's not about, well, what's the best dollar decision in this case? It really is about how are our children going to learn? And if they learn better with pencil and paper, even if it's more convenient for some teachers to put stuff on computers, the job of our schools is to educate our community. It's not convenience. So please consider that. I don't know if the rhythm and moves contract is in the consent agenda as well, if that's later, but I would also say, like, consider having that also discussed, pulled out, so that you can look at what physical education can be as part of an integrated educational plan and not just as an outsourced business. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Liu?
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to call and ask if you can pull out item D and item C in the consent agenda out for discussion as well. Because I think it's just overkill to spend that much money, and I would like, for instance, currently, K-2, they have Chromebook at school, and then Chromebook is sent home. And my kids never use it. And then third grade and fifth grade, they take their Chromebook home every day and need to charge it. And my kid, it's become such a battle that we returned all three of their Chromebook back recently in the last 2 months. And it has been such peaceful time at home, not having to fight that. And my kid now actually read more without the Chromebook. Actually picks up books and read more books. And also recently I was listening to a podcast, to an interview at 92Y, and talking about the anxious generations. And they talked about how actually the effect of technologies on, like, the one-on-one technologies on family, the low income families, are actually the opposite. Actually is more detrimental to them, especially like the low income families and the single parent family. It doesn't help them. And so I just think that we just need to look into into this kind of like technology contract, and also check with your teacher, because the teachers I talk to, they're not fans of technology in education either. They're not fan of technology doing diagnostic for the kids. For instance, if you use liberally, they're forced to use liberally to assess the kid how to read. It will be more efficient if the teachers are there watching the kids read, like assess them as they read, and then and doesn't have to waste time of finding quiet space, so they can sit there and read and record into this computer program and go back to it and listen to it again. It's just so inefficient. So it just, anyhow, sorry, I'm just rambling on. And then another one was the rhythm and moves. I was just wondering, why are we outsourcing, and spending $888,350,000 next year for for K-5. And currently kinder don't get PE, and kinder is part of the core curriculum. So I'm just wondering why that isn't part of the PE program for kinder, and that PTA or parent will have to provide that for the kids. And I know, like, Santa Clara Union School District, they have their PE teacher on staff, and I will hope our school district explore that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Next online speaker is Ms. Wong. Ms. Wong? She dropped off. Just dropped off and on. Ms. Wong?
Hello? Yes?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, I was waiting for the unmute. It took a while to pop up. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I think it's great that we are phasing out the second computer for K through 2. At least that's what I see on the cover sheet. So I think that's a step in the right direction. However, I would say number one, I'm concerned that we are still putting $500,000 worth of contract and consent. That seems to be, you know, very concerning that we are still doing that. The other thing is, I think we really need to rethink how we're using technology in our education environment. Let me just give you a couple examples. Most parents who are in tech limit screen time for their kids, especially in K through 5. And even then, it is actually extremely challenging to manage that screen time limitation. And this is for parents who, can be, are maybe not working or able to pick up their kids or whatnot. So I can't imagine how difficult it would be for parents who are busy with jobs with multiple kids. Okay. In terms of in the classroom, what I've seen is, in kinder or even TK, oftentimes, what I've seen and heard that, you play a video of somebody reading the children a book, or you play a video of like a YouTube video of singing songs and they sing along as the kids are watching a video. I just think that we can engage kids better in those instances without video. That's what happens when we go to, let's say, library story time. And it's a lot more interactive that way. In terms of when the computer comes home for the younger grades, a lot of times the kids have trouble navigating the Chromebook. But, that aside, which is a small issue, what I've noticed is what the kids are most excited about are the reading programs. But let me tell you, those reading programs don't really work because what they do is there's a read to me option. So what happens, it's just an audiobook. And so when parents think that their kids are reading, they're not really learning reading, they're listening to an audiobook. So I think in addition to this particular contract, we should look at overall how our entire technology program is being used. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. The next online speaker is Mr. Garanathan. Mr. Garanathan? Hello?
Hi, President Lambert, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, great. I was waiting for the unmute. Thanks for taking my comment. For me, looking at the contract section of the consent agenda, it's really upsetting to see enormous dollar value contracts like $888,000 and $500,000, $200,000, all lumped under consent. In total, there's over $2 million that staff is asking you to vote in one fell swoop. And to me, that just seems reckless. This is a continuation of Rudolph era tactics in which we got into so much trouble because huge expenses just got rubber stamped without due consideration. And we're going to be in that same situation again. It really astounds me that staff continues to load up consent agenda with millions of dollars of contracts after the debacle that we have been through. I really would like to ask the trustees to put a dollar limit on the contracts that can be voted through under consent so we avoid the problems that happened before. Isn't it worth taking 5 or 10 minutes to discuss a contract in detail before approving $888,000? To me, that seems like a reasonable use of board meeting time. I would propose specifically anything over 100,000 deserves its own discussion and should not be allowed under consent. So I would ask you to please take that into consideration and let's avoid the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granathan. Okay, don't see any more online speakers. I would like to pull item D just for a brief comment. But I also would like to say, I think many of the, or at least some of the trustees asked questions to staff about some of the items on the consent agenda, and please refer to those. I think we can, it's appropriate to you're just making brief comments about item K. Okay, let's just make the comment and I'll make mine on D. And we'll move the entire agenda.
Sure, yeah. So I think the major thing that I wanted to comment on for the board bylaws is specifically, I think we have a board development item as one of the new policies that the bylaws that we're updating. I think in there it says, and I think maybe we can discuss it, that we shall develop a calendar for board development. I'm not sure we've done so in the past. I think this is a good time for us as we update our policies and pass them to like refresh whether we're doing those things that we are saying we should do as a board. So just perhaps we can add that to like the governance calendar or figure out when we're going to agendize that. I think that would be something that I think is useful as we are taking a look at some of these older policies and make sure we cover that.
Yeah, my brief comment on item D, award of contract for Chromebooks, is simply that, at some point, I've discussed this already with Superintendent Baer, but at some point I would like to see an assessment or an sort of understanding how our district uses technology in the classroom. How we see it helping our kids learn, and what our plans are for next year and then the years going forward in implementing these programs. I think it's something that's, very important and deserves to be looked at. And I don't recall since the last 2.5 years I've been on the board that we've ever discussed that. So appreciate it. No rush, but at least sometime in the future. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the?
I also had a
comment?
comment on that, but there's a detailed explanation under trustee questions for that item for some questions that I had about, there is a timeline to phase out the Chromebook use for the younger grades. And my big question at the end was, is there a reason why we're not moving in that direction more clearly based on the outline of we're still going to do kinder through fifth, and then the fifth adoption? That was just my pondering in that.
Thank you. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I would like to agree that it would be nice to have kind of a review of our technology usage. I think that's a great thing for us to do as a district. I remember during COVID, it was so interesting. There had been all this hype about blended learning and online learning, and then COVID really put a pin in that within education, that direct interaction with an adult is so much more effective, right? But then these can still be useful tools. And so we saw, for example, if I remember correctly, and I'd like to see that data again, our preschool student performance went up during COVID, bizarrely, but it was because they were doing virtual parent education and the parents were doing most of the curriculum delivery at home and using some online apps, but it was really focused on engaging the parents. And that made a huge, so I think the ways that we use technology really matter. And then last year, moving into this year, there was a look, I believe, Ms. Bauer, at our usage of iReady in the classroom. And it was found that it seemed like some students were using it for a significant period of time instead of having direct interaction with their teacher. And so this year, we cut back the classroom usage license and just kept it for assessment. But then we had some schools who felt that was not actually a good thing and paid for licenses themselves through their PTAs. And so there are a lot of opinions about how we use the technology too, and what we should be funding and not funding. I think there's a lot of information for us to draw on to have a broader, maybe it's a town hall discussion instead of a board meeting, but something in that format.
I would agree with that. You know, town hall would be great. Special studies session.
Yes,
I would suggest a study session for us to cover
to
this
get
broad
information
topic.
and feedback on what types of curriculum that the students need to actually access the tech or to teach them proper ways to interact with the tech.
Right, and I'd really like to hear how parents and children use the tools at home, online tools, either ones that are provided by the schools or other ones, learning tools that are available to them. Any further comments? Great, thank you very much. I'm glad we pulled that item and had a brief discussion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Come on,
So motion.
second? I will second it then. We have a motion by trustee DeFazio, second by trustee Lambert to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to communications. Are there any employee organizations who wish to speak this evening? I do not see any. We will move on to the superintendent's report.
Yes, good evening again. A few updates for you from our fantastic district. First, the Green Ribbon Award. We are proud to share that MVWSD has been named a 2025 California Green Ribbon School District Sustainability Honoree. This is for the second year in a row. Mountain View Wisman has achieved the gold level, and we are only one of a few districts in the state to have done so. Gold level winners are just a few points under the national designation with a score of 81.3. We even edged out our score last year by a couple of points. This honor comes from the California Department of Education and recognizes our district's commitment to conserving resources, promoting health, and fostering environmental literacy. So congrats to everyone. Leadership Mountain View held a career day at Graham, and Graham proudly hosted this first ever Leadership Mountain View Career Day last week in collaboration with Leadership Mountain View. As I said, their class of 2025. Eighth graders heard from professionals across a diverse range of fields who shared their career paths, insights, and advice. The event sparked curiosity, encouraged reflection, and strengthened connections between students and local community. And we want to thank everyone who participated. There's a helicopter coming tomorrow. We're excited to share that tomorrow, U.S. Coast Guard helicopter is going to land right out there. It'll be landing on the Stevenson Therkoff Fields as part of a special event for Dia del Niño Children's Day at Therkoff. This unique opportunity, coordinated through a Therkoff parent, offers a rare up-close look at a Coast Guard aircraft and its crew. So welcome to join us from 3 to 5 for the event and a closer look at the helicopter. Yes, we've coordinated with Mountain View Police, Fire, making sure this is done safely. Montecito will be closed from Burgoyne down to Granada here, but it's quite a sight. We had this at Landals many years ago. They come over from SFO, where the station is, and just giving kids a chance to see that equipment up close. It should be fun. All right, a few staff housing updates. After successful state and city inspections and the neighboring building, we have a staff housing certificate of occupancy, a full certificate. So this is an important milestone and signifies us moving out of a period of construction into a phase of bringing this building fully online. We're on our way to do that. We recognize that our pioneering residents have endured construction inconveniences in February, March, and April. A couple of them are here today. Including difficulties with unavailable amenities in the other buildings that haven't been brought online yet. To help, we're developing a program to compensate current tenants for these inconveniences, and we appreciate their continued patience and support. New tenant incentive to help lease up the remaining units and stabilize our overall occupancy. As you know, on April 4th, the board decided to offer 2 months of free rent to new tenants at the board's direction. Eligible applicants will have submitted their applications to Win Leasing on or after April 4, and this will help us continue to build a full and vibrant community at Mountain View Wisdom at the Sevens. So my updates for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Move on to item 9, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Speakers are requested to complete a speaker card and state their name for the record. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak this evening? I see Ms. Selleck.
Hi, thanks again. I guess I kind of want to bring up the children learn with their bodies. And I think one of the reasons why, like the Rhythm and Moves contract, and even to some extent the CSMA contract is contentious, is that learning is not these separate siloed things. And I personally want to have the teachers who teach PE and the teachers who teach music to be part of the community of teachers in our schools. Because when you have PE and you have a giant number line or a giant Cartesian grid or a bunch of triangles or a honeycomb, you can do PE exercises where you can skip. You guys skip all of the even numbers and you all skip the odd numbers. And all of a sudden a PE lesson becomes a math lesson. So all the comments that I read in the response to the trustee questions about rhythm and moves were about efficiency. And I'm like, education is not about efficiency. Education is about improving our community and educating our children. So I guess that's kind of the big cultural thing that I feel like hasn't changed yet, is that we're still talking about dollars and spending on things without thinking about the big why question. So you all as trustees and Superintendent Bayer and the staff, I want you to think deeper about that why question and not just do things because it's been done before. That's a cultural artifact, unfortunately, of the fear that was here for 9 years. I also want you to reconsider things like, I'm very happy to hear about the Green Award, but over the last several years, do you know how much we've spent on the consultants that we've hired to apply for and win these awards? Probably a couple $100,000. I would rather spend that on hiring a teacher for literacy. I don't care if there's 300, 400, 500 kids at Graham who can't yet read at grade level, and you're telling me have a Green Award? I want to swear at the Green Award because it does not mean our children are educated. Second, I also want to reiterate, I heard what Mr. Granathan said about taking high dollar amount items out of the consent agenda. I'd like to emphasize that as well. And third is I would like to bring back the practice of putting the following board meetings topics into the current agenda so that you can discuss it and so that the community members know what you're going to talk about next time, even if it's not a complete agendized.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Selleck. I have another in-person speaker, Mr. Miller.
Hello, my name is Kyle Miller. I'm currently working at Graham Middle School and I'm also a tenant at the Mountain View Wisdom at the Sevens District Housing Project. I'm here on behalf of a total of 16 of the tenants of said housing project who are in support of a petition to apply the same 2 months rent concession that is being offered to tenants who apply after April 4th. It's a petition to offer that 2 months rent concession to all of the tenants as compensation for the basic services which we have not been able to access. I've been living at the Sevens since February 21st. My birthday is the 22nd, so I got a nice new place as my birthday gift. I was very excited. But I also have not been able to do my laundry at my house for 2 months. I have not been able to easily receive mail for 2 months. For 2 months, my trash services have been inconsistent. There have been times where I simply can't dispose of my trash because there's nowhere to put it. There have been some workarounds offered for this. Some of you may, I also emailed this petition to all of the board members. I'm not sure if it had been read yet. I did receive one response from Superintendent Baer. But some of the workarounds have been insufficient. For example, for the mail, we were presented with 2 options. One was to receive our mail at the postal annex. That service is available 2 days out of the week during work hours. This means that if a tenant at the Sevens wanted to pick up their mail there, they would have to sacrifice their lunch break in order to pick that up. The other option presented was to have our mail delivered here. I don't know about you, but I think that it's a bit uncomfortable for me to send my personal mail to my employer's office. And I know that a lot of the other tenants feel the same way. In terms of the laundry, we've been given dates that have just been continually pushed back. And at the moment, I have no idea when the planned day is that we'll receive laundry. And for the trash, I would like the board to imagine, just as a hypothetical person, a single mother with 2 children. Some of them are very small children that have diapers. Say, for instance, her child wets the bed. She can't take her laundry to go get washed until the next day after work. So she's sitting there with soiled laundry in her house. And if she has another child in diapers, she just has soiled diapers piling up in her home with nowhere to put them. The lack of services has been severe and extremely inconvenient for all of the tenants. And I believe that it would be good for the board to respect its tenants by offering them that same 2 months rent concession. Again, there are 16 tenants that agree with this.
So thank you, Mr. Miller. I wanted to let you know that the board has instructed Superintendent Baer and the staff to address these issues immediately. Speak for all the board members that we agree that it's completely unacceptable that this situation has existed, and we apologize for it. Thank you. I also thank, not only you, but the other tenants who have written letters to us, making us aware of this situation. And only request is I wish everybody would have let us know earlier so we could make sure that you're happy in these residences. So thank you very much. Have any other speakers? I don't see anybody in person, anyone online. I see Miss Lou. Miss Lou, you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I agree with ITech about that Green Ribbon Award. I don't understand why we're so proud of the Green Ribbon, especially if we have to pay to apply to get this. I would be more proud if our district get more Blue Ribbons Award. That means that we're closing the achievement gap, that our children are learning more and achieving more. So I would like that focus to be going to receiving more Blue Ribbon Awards. If that's, even, if I think that would be more important and more beneficial for students. And also if the board have time, I look into Steubenville, which is the school that were able to help all the students achieve, like 100% efficiency. And I will send the board a link to that, just to help you get some, some ideas on how this one school district have done so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Next speaker is Ms. Wong.
Hi, I'm really disappointed to hear the lack of services at the Sevens, and I think these are some of the challenges that a lot of folks had concerns about. I'm also concerned that, with the lack of services, why can we hold the management company accountable for that instead of having the district pay additional funds to sink money into the housing project? Again, that money comes out, whatever money we put additional in anything in this housing, it comes out of our students' education. It comes out of pay for our staff and our teachers in our district. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Do we have any other speakers? I don't see any. We'll move on to item 10, review and action. First item, item A, update on Mountain View Westman School District Plus expanded learning programs. This will be presented by Director Jeff Chang.
Good evening, trustees. Tonight I'm here to give you an update on our MVWSD Plus expanded learning programs. And just as with all of our projects, everything that we do is aligned with our strategic plan. So what is MVWSD Plus expanded learning? It's the umbrella term for our district-sponsored after-school and intersession programs. And we serve about 1,100 students each day and about 700 or so in the summer. The money for this comes from two main funding sources, the After School Education and Safety Grant, or ACES, and the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP. Expanded Learning is operated by three entities, our in-house Beyond the Bell program and community partners, YMCA and Right at School. Our MVWSD Plus admin team is made up of Erica Navarro, Jenny Nunez, and Betty Nunez. I'm grateful that for all the hard work that they've done. Actually, Erica and Jenny were here a little bit earlier, but they had to go. They have young children at home. But thank you to them for all the work, and also to Betty. So I just wanted to go over some important details about the funding sources. The two main sources, ACES and ELOP, each have their own rules. And these rules significantly impact the way that the programs are set up and operated. I want to point out a few key details on this slide. Number one, while more limited, our ACES allocation is more consistent, whereas our ELOP funding each year has been less predictable. And the reason for that is number two, if we look at the funding basis for ELOP, you'll see that a district like MVWSD only gets its allocation each year after other higher need districts receive theirs first. Okay, and number three, we have to offer ELOP to all TK to 6 unduplicated pupils. But another source of uncertainty is just how many of our families accept and enroll. We don't know for certain until we send out invitations and receive answers back. Historically, the percentage of families who enroll has been between 60 and 65% of those invited. And then four, besides the per pupil cost of the program, there are also costs for transportation and support staff. ELOP requires that we provide transportation when needed, and it requires that we provide the same types of health and safety supports to students who need it during the school day. I mentioned that MVWSD Plus is a combined effort between our in-house program and our community partners. I want to say a little bit about Beyond the Bell. It's our in-house program. This started as an ACES funded program and continues to serve students at 5 grant sites today. Our BTB staff have also long collaborated with the City of Mountain View to provide enriching programs for our students. In 24-25, BTB also opened up a program at Graham, which is utilizing ELOP funding this time. So now it's co-funded by both expanded learning sources. Our community partners, Right at School and YMCA, are also an important part of expanded learning. And when we began to offer ELOP back in 2022, it made sense to partner with our existing after-school providers, Right at School, YMCA, because they were already providing parent-paid care to many of our families. When we fast forward to today, YMCA and Right at School serve approximately 700 ELOP students, Another important note is that parents are not asked to contribute any fees towards ELOP at this time. And they also serve approximately 600 students via the parent-paid option. This is a summary of how BTB, Right at School, and the Y combine to provide all of the MVWSD Plus expanded learning services across our district. So one requirement that our team has to meet each year is the annual review of a program plan for both ACES and ELOP. ACES plans are submitted directly to the state. ELOP program plans need to be approved and reapproved by the governing board every 3 years. The content of the two plans, which were similar when ELOP first began in 2022, have now been revised to be pretty much identical. We've been told that the state actually intends to merge the two funding sources at some point. And so here are the 11 program elements for the ACES and ELOP program plans. The plan itself has been attached to this agenda item for your review. And at the next board meeting, we'll bring the plan back for your official approval. So since 2022, MVWSD has worked with the same two community partners to meet the after-school and intercession needs of qualifying students and families. This collaboration has yielded many positive learning experiences. We're glad to have had these childcare providers, partners navigate with us the first few years of implementation of this program together. And given that we're approaching 3 full years of implementation with the required renewal of our program plan, we followed school district procedures to engage in a request for proposals process to see what other prospective partners might be able to offer and help us decide on programs for 25-26. And so this is a summary of our RFP process, which spanned most of this February and March. We received 15 proposals, including those from existing partners, and we considered each of them based on the review criteria listed here. One key detail I just want to point out is that we also maintain the right to add or change criteria as needed, because we have to factor in so many different considerations in order to choose the program that we believe will be the best for all kids at MVWSD. So this is our proposal review team. It consists of our 2 MVWSD Plus supervisors, one of our principals, department secretary, and myself. After going over each criteria together, each team member then individually reviewed and scored all 15 proposals. I mentioned our 5 main criteria earlier, but in addition to those, the team considered the pros and cons of partners who could offer a comprehensive program versus one who were more specialists. We also looked at each of the applicants' ability to offer fee-based programs, whether the program would be a good fit for our school district. Compatibility is, of course, very important because any program changes are always going to have a transition cost, right? Often large transition costs. We've visited the programs of 2 of the finalists with whom we didn't already have familiarity. And so, I could go into further detail, but there is an RFP report that's been attached, so please feel free to take a look, and happy to take any questions about that at the end. So the outcome of this process was that YMCA of Silicon Valley was chosen as the sole vendor for ELOP for 25-26, mainly for the reasons listed on this slide. BTB will continue to operate as both an ACES and ELOP program. And in 25-26, it will expand to serve even more students at 2 of our sites, Wanaloma and Castro. One immediate benefit of a single partner is the ability to align our expectations for a high quality program. Now, this decision also has had an impact on our current parent-paid after-school programs. YMCA has always offered parent-paid programs in our district, at least for the time I've been here, and will continue to do so in the future. They're confident in their ability to expand and meet the full demand for the district for both ELOP and parent-paid by August 2025. Right at School was not awarded an ELOP contract, and we also did not renew our current agreement with them for offering parent-paid programs. While there are always pros and cons for any program, and individual experiences vary, we made this decision for 2 main reasons. Firstly, in our experience with both partners, the Y provides a more consistent service, And since they're now able to meet the full demand, we went with, that was one of the reasons we went with them. We've received some feedback from parents about this. We're committed to work with parents and the Y to ensure that any needed improvements are addressed. Additional parent feedback opportunities are in the works and will be shared very soon. Secondly, we believe it's really important to have our after-school programs reflect the diversity of our community. We want to avoid a situation in which there's one after-school program that's entirely parent-paid and one that is entirely district-funded. So as a detail, for its parent-paid program, YMCA will also be extending the same benefits and flexibility that Right at School has historically offered in an effort to make the transition for families as smoothly as possible. This includes financial assistance where needed and an employee discount. So, some considerations, mainly about budget. So we've been operating MVWSD Plus as a cost-neutral program, only utilizing ACES and ELOP funds, which are restricted and can only be used on expanded learning. There's been little impact on the general fund in the past 3 years. But as mentioned earlier, actual ELOP allocations each year are somewhat unpredictable, with annual apportionments dropping over the past 3 years. Enrollment can also fluctuate, affecting the budget. Hiring additional staff to meet the health and safety needs of students with disabilities is also a major cost that has only increased. For the various reasons listed, if we look ahead, we'll see that adjustments will be needed. But first, let's take a look at the budget. There's two tables here. The table on the left shows our estimated ELOP budget for 25-26, and the one on the right shows the projected expenditures. While we did receive a small bump from the state recently, it's not enough to result in a significant carryover to 26-27. So as you've seen, we'll spend most of the carryover money that we have by the end of next school year. Beyond that, the annual allocation from the state isn't enough to maintain current levels of service by staff. Current levels of service by itself. Many school districts are facing the same reality. It is a challenging balancing act to operate ELOP in a sustainable way without contributions from other funding sources. So as far as next steps goes, as mentioned, the program plan will come back for board approval at the next meeting. So will the 25-26 ELOP contract with the YMCA of Silicon Valley. Right now, the team is in the midst of preparing for summer programs, and soon we'll be registering for ELOP in the fall and parent paid in the fall, working closely with our YMCA partners to hire and train staff to meet the full demand by August, and planning a survey for all district families to collect input and feedback and parent desires after school and how it can be improved. I'll bring back the topic of ELOP finances next school year so that we can explore our options for a sustainable and high quality MVWSD Plus expanded learning program for years to come. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions.
Have any questions from the board? No. Trustee Fazio?
Yeah, I think, so we had the question from trustee comments around kind of maintaining an external vendor for the program versus bringing these in-house. Maybe this is not directly for you, but I think maybe you could give some clarity just for folks about holistically how we think about our kind of vendor provided services versus the ones that we hire staffing, and maybe better for you folks.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think there's a variety of ways to look at this, right? As I responded in the trustee questions, there are some benefits to bring it in-house. You get full control. We talked a little bit about efficiency, but you do get a little bit more efficiency. Communication errors are less likely to happen and things like that. You have control over the program itself, like what the kids actually do, what they're learning, what they're experiencing, all that, right? It's full control. I think the cost of that is that it will lead to increased costs for the school district. we've costed out that partially, but it seems pretty clear that it'll be more expensive than going with somebody whose expertise is after school care or child care or youth development. And that's their central part of the business. And I think also sometimes having a partner is a good thing, right? Often it is, because you're working with each other. And if you have a good working relationship, and if people trust each other and things are consistent and generally pretty high quality, you can get feedback from each other. At some sites, occasionally a student is maybe not the right fit for whatever reason, for one program, it just so happens there's another program there. We can switch them. So there are options there. And so there's definitely benefits to having partnerships as well as, having full control, right? So right now we're taking a cautious approach, right? On the one hand, we want to have more programmatic consistency because we care first and foremost about quality, right? And on the other hand, though, like our partner YMCA, and I'm grateful for their presence here today. They've been a long-time partner for us for many years, and through the ups and downs, they've been nothing but honest and great to work with. And we've learned a lot from them, and hopefully they've learned some things from us, and working together has, I think, made both of our organizations better. So, that in summary, it's not an easy, let's just put it on a scale. And if one side's heavier, it's not quite like that. I think I mentioned as well that looking ahead to kind of even more programmatic consistency and having control over the quality of programming, we are expanding our internal BTBs slowly, at Montaloma and at Castro, where there already is some capacity to bring on more students to just see how things go. So it's a constant balancing act and something that we're keeping an eye on at all times.
Thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I think, and maybe you can help my memory here, but in the past, it's been a while. I mean, this is pre-COVID. We tried to expand beyond the bell at one point, and we couldn't get enough staff who actually wanted to do it. So we were trying to hire within our own team. Teachers were done at the end of the day. They didn't want something extra. The trade-off for them wasn't there. And so it was incredibly hard for us to staff. And so I think that's one of the reasons why Right at School got brought in, because it was about just building out capacity across the district. There weren't enough slots at the YMCA. I wasn't privy to how the conversations with the administrative team went with the YMCA at the time about also bringing in Right at School. But the biggest issue was people. And I think that's still a huge issue when I talk to trustees across the county for their ELAP programs and these outside providers. It's trying to get the staff, it's trying to make sure the staff are supported and trained. I don't know if you read in the news about what happened in Palo Alto School District in December with an after-school provider, Palo Alto Online from December 12th. It can be really challenging as a district to find a reliable after-school partner as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
You said it better than myself.
So that was all factually accurate.
Yes, it is factually accurate.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if there's an appetite from staff to create a position that maybe isn't full-time with this, but maybe just to oversee, to make sure that the programs are running efficiently and smoothly, and can check in on them on time to time, whether it's a stipend that is a set amount of hours that they're working with the program instructors at each site, so that they know that everything's aligned. I'd like to maybe explore something like that, to where we have more direct understanding of what's going on at all those different programs.
I have a question. You mentioned that the challenges of obtaining funding year after year for these programs. It sounds like it's only going to get more challenging. Do you have any ideas, thoughts about how we're going to meet the budget and expand it for other kids?
Yeah, it's certainly a balancing act. I mean, we have some initial thoughts and initial ideas. We're in touch with a variety of different people in the county and in the region about kind of how they're tackling it. One example is in Cupertino. They have implemented a sliding scale for students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged, but still qualify for the ELOP program. And so, raising money or cutting programs, or raising money and, revising programs, I should put it, is kind of like one, you can probably doing a combination of both of those things. That's something that obviously is a big topic that's why we'll take a year to figure that out with you guys, giving us feedback.
And I think just to add to that, it will be about having discussions about priorities, right? As a governance team.
Okay, good. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Director Chang.
Can I ask this? So, as Jeff said, this will return the next meeting. Do you want to see that in consent, or do you want to see that in the open agenda?
Probably worth having in the open agenda, just to provide opportunity for the public to comment as well as for us to think about it a little bit. I'll go to community comments right now. Is there anyone in person who would like to speak in this item? I don't see any. Move on to online comments. Ms. Wong?
Yes, I think it's really great that we now have one program where both parent paid and ELOP students can be together, because in the past for sites we had two programs. It's been a little segregated, which doesn't feel great. So I think we need to take that into consideration moving forward as well. So that's a positive change. In terms of in the past, the YMCA had a kinder hour that has been really helpful for a lot of parents who, let's say, has a kindergartner, or even now that we have TK, right? It's the same issue. We have that 1 hour gap where if you have an older sibling or, whatever else, it's kind of inconvenient. It would be really great to have that kinder hour back. So if we can look to see opportunities there in the future, that would also be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Any other online speakers? I don't see any. We will move on to the next item, item 10B, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. Oh, sorry. We'll go back to the following item. We need to have this. Trustee DeFazio reminded me that I was just skipped our discussion. Any comments on the previous item?
Yeah, so I think keying off of, as people can guess my question earlier, I think it'd be useful, similarly how we were talking about kind of study session for technology. I think it'd be nice for us to perhaps get a big picture look at all of the services we provide to students in the district, and maybe which ones we choose to do in-house, which ones we choose to have outside vendors provide, and kind of think through that as a group, because any change like that is going to be slow and gradual regardless. And I don't have any confidence that I know which ones make sense for us to bring in now versus which ones keep as an outside vendor. But I think it'd be useful for us to really understand the issues and the trade-offs that we're making.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I think it's great that you want to learn about all of the things. That's wonderful. And I think, as a board, it's great to also have a big picture. One of the challenges is all the different programs or vendors span different departments, span different staff, so I leave that to staff to figure out how to present that in some sort of discussion format. I know CSMA was brought up in the vendor discussion here a little bit, and you have full-time artists who they don't necessarily have teaching credentials, and they don't want to be employed by a district, but they're actual artists, right? So that's a whole different type of art teacher than trying to hire someone on staff. But it sounds like my experience has been, when we look at what is contracted out and what is not, it's usually part of a larger budget and programmatic discussion like when you were bringing up Superintendent Bear, having to look at priorities. ELAP has been state funding, for example, that's not going to stick around forever. So uh, yeah, I kind of leave it to staff to determine. I agree with the ask for information and opportunities to review whether to bring something in-house. I don't know if it's a study session or if it's more woven into different topics as they come to us.
Yeah, it can be either. I would point out that one of the other things that that was mentioned or wasn't mentioned as an advantage is just the flexibility. Sometimes we need to expand or shrink a program quickly. And if it is an external program, we have a easier ability to do that. If it's an internal program, that's a much more challenging process. But in terms of kind of looking at and evaluating, if there are particular ones you want to know more about, I think that might be the more effective way to do it. And we can talk about that as we look at which external programs or we want to bring. That list is really long. Because there are many that we probably aren't. We're thinking of the big ones, but in terms of what we outsource, there's quite a bit of work that we do outsource, including counsel, who happens to be here tonight to talk on a subject. So
I also think districts always have to live in this balance of making sure that all of our employees who are tenured and organized within our district have as much job security as possible. And the way our agreements are set up right now, if for some reason we weren't sure of our ability to fund a position for the following year, employees have to receive notification by March 15th. I've been through that process multiple times as a teacher. I was laid off over and over and over because of budget issues in the past, and it is incredibly stressful for staff. And so it's also thinking through how to balance being really protective of our full-time or unionized employees when it comes to our budget. And so that flexibility with outside vendors, if it's a nice to have but not a need to have, okay. At the same time, we're supposed to spend a certain percentage of our budget on teacher and certificated salaries, and we're having trouble. We've outsourced some special education contracts, for example, because we can't find the people to hire. So, it's always going to be I think a balancing act.
Yeah, I think these are all excellent points, and I think it's why it's useful to look at it as a group together, because I think we're seeing individual contracts come up, we discuss them, but what are the trade-offs that we're making? And I'm very appreciative of all the partners that we have that are teaching students, but I think it would help us as a governance team kind of understand what we want to do, and also potentially give visibility to the public about all the trade-offs we're making.
I agree with that. I think just even the discussion for visibility of why we're doing the things that we're doing is helpful for the community. Something like an after-school program where you could have enrollment up and down and throughout the school year versus it's going to be a lot more fluid than enrollment is. So trying to keep permanent staff and that March 15th deadline, that's going to be a lot harder to manage versus vendor in this case.
Any further comments? Okay, I'll move on to the next item, and made a mistake here. We had intended to have item K brought up on top here. We'll do that right now. This is an action item, board policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement.
just a quick word on this, if I can, as we turn over the policy committee to lead this. This was a policy that was brought forward needing a revision through our typical process and looking at CSBA updates. And this is a sensitive one for many reasons at this time. And I just want to, we've gotten a number of emails on this, and so I think it's important to acknowledge that, and understand that with this particular policy, it was not the intent of the policy committee to reduce any obligation to train our staff. The language change proposed by CSBA looked to move from a more passive approach of quote unquote staff receiving training to a more active approach that the superintendent or designee provided training. I think the one word that we kind of overlooked, perhaps, I would say overlooked and didn't in paying attention to the active versus passive, accepted the CSBA language was around shall versus may. So I suggest that the operative language remains shall rather than changing it to may. We already do this work. We have been doing this work, and there won't be any change in the practice nor the rules and laws that we're following as a result of this policy change or update.
Yeah, Trustee DeFazio and Trustee Henry would like to comment on this.
I was just going to add some additional context that I think is not in the cover sheet. That the reason CSBA was recommending any changes to this policy, it was the policy itself. You'll see it was adopted originally 2018, and that came out of Attorney General recommendations at that time. And then the Attorney General had additional guidance in December 2024 for school districts. And so the changes that CSBA were recommending were to incorporate the specific changes to the model language from the Attorney General's office, which they were recommending. They asked school districts to adopt by May 1st, which is why we put it on as having the option of action tonight. I appreciate that our new superintendent points out that even if it's on the agenda as action, if we aren't ready to take action, we don't have to. But it's on there with the option if the board feels ready to vote on this tonight to take action because of that May 1st suggestion from the request from the Attorney General. But the changes that relate to the Attorney General's new model policy are really everything kind of above that last paragraph. That last paragraph about training was an optional paragraph in the CSBA manual, and I totally agree that that may should be a shall.
Any further comments?
Yeah, I think just generally, I think the intent here is to strengthen, make sure that every one of our students feels safe and families feel safe here. So in general, I think this, aside from the may to the shall to may change, this provides even better protection for all families. And then I think generally our recommendation is to, like I can't speak for the committee because we already did that, but I think with the intent of making sure that these are just as strong as it was initially. So.
Any further comments? I will take comments from the public now. I don't see anyone in person. Is there anyone online who would wishes to speak on this? Okay, I don't see anyone. I would like to thank the public for sending us several communications about this. Also, too, this is an action item on first reading, and we sort of discussed having at least two iteration, first reading and a second reading before we take an action. But in view of the importance and urgency of this, it's appropriate to of this, meaning immigration enforcement, it's appropriate to take action on a first reading. Do I have a motion to approve the board policy?
I would motion with the amendment that we've discussed earlier of making sure that the change from language from shall to may will revert to shall there on that thing. I think staff has sufficient direction to make that.
Yes, we understand.
I second.
We have a motion by Trustee DeFazio and a second by Trustee Reed to approve the board of, that the Board of Trustees adopt board policy 514.13, response to immigration enforcement at first reading, with the amendments as discussed. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 10B. So also an action item, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Director Vickford will present.
Good evening. Thank you very much. As I do each year, I am bringing you a declaration of need this evening. This is required in order for us to be able to request an emergency permit for any position in the upcoming year. Of course, we are looking always for fully credentialed and qualified candidates. This simply allows us an option of getting authorization for someone who's still working to clear all of their requirements for their credential. This is particularly important if we hire someone from out of state. They may have a full credential from their state, but there's some additional requirements in California. So this would allow them to begin working while they complete those requirements. And with that, as such, I would ask you to please approve our declaration of need.
Great, thank you. Do I have any questions from the board? Trustee Conley?
I don't want to read too much into the numbers here, but does this mean we're still looking to hire for our language teachers at the middle school level?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Any members of the public wish to speak on this topic? Don't see any in person. Anyone online? Don't see any. So do we have a motion to approve the declaration of need for qualified educators?
So motioned.
A motion by Trustee DeFazio, a second.
A second.
Second by Trustee Henry. Is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2025-2026 as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have two resolutions. First, item 10C, resolution number 02-04245, recognizing May 14th, 2025 as Day of the Teacher.
Thank you. I'm just going to stay here for a little wee bit. Teachers make such a critical difference in the lives of our students. Their reach goes much further than most realize. They care so deeply about student academics, but even more about the overall well-being and success of every child they see. They teach, they connect, they plan, they collaborate. They serve 1,000 different roles every day to give every child what is needed. Tonight, we want to thank and honor our teachers and their families that allow them the time that they need to dedicate themselves to this incredible work. And so I ask you tonight to please approve the resolution recognizing May 14th as the Day of the Teacher.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Have any question or any comments from the public? I don't see any. I suggest we have a choral reading, and we'll start with Trustee Reed.
Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation.
And whereas education is in large measure the result of the talent and commitment of teachers and their ability to inspire, encourage, and enlighten. And
Whereas teaching is a profession characterized by skill, knowledge, discipline, tenacity, and creativity in the delivery of instruction. And
whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and love, and deserve recognition and gratitude for the invaluable work they do. And
whereas teachers in the Mountain View Wisman School District educate and motivate students, including those that require unique skills and compassion. And
whereas teachers in the Mountain View Wisman School District have made a crucial difference in the lives of students and are true champions for children, schools, and community.
now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District and the Superintendent express their gratitude and commend the teachers of the Mountain View Wisman School District and join the Governor and Legislature of California in designating May 14th, 2025 as Day of the Teacher. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District and Superintendent encourage activities to recognize and honor teachers on this day.
Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed to adopt resolution number 02-042425, recognizing May 14th, 2025 as Day of the Teacher. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Okay, next item is item D. This is also another resolution, number 01-042425, recognizing May 18th through 24th, 2025 as Classified School Employee Week. Ms. Victor?
Thank you. All right. Like our teachers, our classified staff dedicate themselves to making an impact on our students and allowing them to thrive at school. Whether that be our school secretary or clerk who welcome them into the office every day or call home when they don't show up every day, or the food service staff who nourish our children, our custodians who provide safe places for our kids to learn, our noon duties who watch over them as they play and connect with each other, our instructional aides who support students and staff with daily instruction, our SCEFs and at-risks, our technology teams, our library techs, transportation staff, and the hundreds of people who work tirelessly to be sure that students have everything they need to be successful. We thank all of them. And tonight we ask you to please recognize May 18th through the 24th as Classified School Employees Week.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. It's this time we'll vote on it, then we'll have the choral reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Reed and seconded by trustee Conley, that the board adopt resolution number 01-042425, recognizing May 18th through May 24th, 2025 as Classified School Employee Week. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's start this time with trustee Henry.
all right. Whereas the week of May 18th through May 24th, 2025 has been designated by the Governor and Legislature of California as Classified School Employee Week, and
Whereas classified employees support and enhance the educational process by assisting instructors, transporting students, preparing nutritional meals, maintaining buildings and grounds, and performing all technical, business, clerical, and secretarial functions, and
Whereas classified school employees contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive instructional environment and play a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of Mountain View Wisman School District students, and
Whereas classified employees provide services that enable the Mountain View Wisman School District to respond effectively to the needs of students, parents, teachers, administrators, and the greater community, and
Whereas classified employees in the Mountain View Wisman School District are deserving of special recognition for their many contributions in a wide variety of roles to the institution of public education in this country, state, and nation.
now therefore be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees express their gratitude and commend all classified employees for their service to the district and designate the week of May 18th to 24th, 2025 as Classified School Employee Week.
be it further resolved that the Board of Education urges the members of our community throughout this district to recognize classified employees during this week and to applaud their hard work and dedication to the success of public education.
okay, thank you. Move on to item 10E. It's another action item, resolution number 06-042425, approving the formation of a nonprofit corporation to govern staff housing at 699 North Shoreline Boulevard.
Yes, good evening. As requested by the board during our study session last month, to pursue the formation of a nonprofit board for the Mountain View Wisman residences. This item is coming before you tonight. And I want to welcome back Peter Ingram and also introduce Meredith Johnson. She's an attorney with DWK who has been working with us through the legal aspects of this endeavor. So Peter, welcome, and Meredith, welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable trustees, Superintendent Bear, glad to be back. Glad to be back this quickly to take care of this item and present it to you tonight. I'm going to hand this off to Meredith in just a moment, but I'd like to just highlight what's in front of you for action tonight and take a couple steps back and remind us how we got here tonight. So can we have the next slide? Maybe one more. Maybe one more. Okay, so just quickly, going back to last month when you held a study session about the staff housing, one of the items that came into the discussion as you were defining what your success criteria would be is that the notion of leasing up and stabilizing the housing was of critical importance. And it was your consensus to move ahead quickly as possible to form a nonprofit 501(c) corporation to govern the staff housing on your behalf. And we talked about, and I brought some information from a visit to the Jefferson Union High School District's Education Housing Corporation, who's been in operation for 3 years. And still, from what I read here and talk with many people about, seems to be the ones who set the bar high and have done a great job maintaining it. So we're suggesting that that's a very desirable model for you to follow. Next slide. And again, this is from your study session last month. Here's some of the criteria, the success criteria that you discussed. Fill affordable housing units, project becomes self-sufficient, and the third one is where the highlighted is get a managing entity put into place. Next slide. And this is just a highlight again from Jefferson Union High School District, the information you saw then. And I think I would just call attention to the I'm sorry, the last bullet, which you all have been very consistently clear about now that the building is constructed and you're starting to see tenants move in and we're going through that stabilization phase, that your mission, as you clearly articulate and remind us all, is to educate kids. And so we're here tonight with recommended action that will essentially provide you to continue your oversight role, but not engage in the day-to-day, week-to-week business of running a very large, complex housing operation. So with that, if we go to the next slide, I'm going to hand off to Meredith.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Bear. So you are considering a resolution this evening, and the resolution does a few things, but what it does overall is start the process to actually form this nonprofit corporation that is going to be the governing body for the housing. So that when there are matters that need to be decided regarding the running of the housing, hiring people to work on the housing, hiring the property manager, that would all be done by the nonprofit corporation as opposed to this board. If you had a chance to take a look at the articles of incorporation and the bylaws that are approved by the resolution, if you choose to approve them, you'll notice that they allow you to maintain a lot of control over that nonprofit corporation. So you, as the board of the district, set the membership criteria for the members of the board of directors of the corporation. You also get to select who those people are. The bylaws for the corporation, which the form is provided to you, those are approved by you as the district board. So while you are giving control of the governance of the housing to the nonprofit, you really are maintaining a lot of control over the nonprofit. So you're not giving away control of the housing at the end of the day, because it is your responsibility at the end of the day once we take away all those layers, the nonprofit and the property manager. So you can go to the next slide. We thought it would be nice to provide a mission statement, and you can see it's attached as an exhibit to the resolution. So the mission statement as it currently stands, and we're soliciting input if you choose to give it, if you like this one works fine, is we provide affordable, well-maintained housing for MVWSD staff in order to attract and retain staff members, strengthen community connections for the benefit of our students. That's kind of the high level description of what the purpose of this nonprofit corporation is. And the next slide. So then in the formation process of a nonprofit corporation, there are certain steps that have to be taken. The very first step is the filing of the Articles of Incorporation with the California Secretary of State. So by approving this resolution, you would be directing district administration to go ahead and start that process. The articles were attached for your review. You can see they're very short. There's not a whole lot in it. It does describe the purpose of the nonprofit corporation. We will be seeking tax exempt status under federal and state law. So there is certain language that needs to be in those articles to make sure that it is in fact does qualify as a nonprofit corporation. So that takes up a lot of space in the articles. There's not too much discretion or really things we need to talk about with the articles because they are kind of perfunctory and it's really just the initial step to get the nonprofit on the books of the Secretary of State. Their bylaws for the nonprofit were also included and they're also approved in the resolution. There's a little more flexibility there and that does really, it gets to more specifics of the structure of the corporation. So those, we can take input on those if there are things about them that you think should change. They also, by approving them tonight, doesn't mean that they can't be amended later. As I mentioned, you all have the ability to amend them. So by approving this resolution, we can get the articles filed and the bylaws approved. And then the next step we'd move into would be selecting directors and then filing for that tax exemption status. I think that's, pass the next slide back to Peter. There you go. So we sort of, you want to go this one?
Yeah, I just, we'll put this on the screen. It's 2 sheets that outline some of the things that Meredith just described. And it may be, rather than go through it, to just pause there and see what questions or comments the trustees have, and then we'll respond accordingly.
So I have a number of questions. I can start with one. This is really just for the record so that the public understands too. We're forming a 501c3 corporation and not an LLC. And could you just go over again why we are doing it?
Yeah, absolutely. So nonprofit corporation exists really for the purpose of providing the kinds of services, and this is at a very high level, that the government usually provides. And because they provide those services, they're afforded special treatment under tax laws. They don't have to pay income taxes. They're nonprofits. They don't have any revenue that they earn. You don't have to pay any income tax on that. And it's because of their mission. And there are rules that apply to nonprofits as to what their activities may be. And if you follow those rules, you're afforded that special protection under state and federal tax laws. An LLC is a private company or entity like any person. So an LLC is a group of individuals who want to carry out a business and they're treated just like any person is under the law, but they're a group of people who get together and perform a private business for profit. When it comes to the teacher staff housing, it was financed in part with tax exempt bonds. And when you finance something with tax exempt bonds, there are also special rules that apply in terms of who can be related to or who can own that tax exempt finance property. Because nonprofit corporations are treated very much like public agencies under the law, nonprofit corporations also are allowed to finance and own property that is financed with tax exempt bonds. So by using a nonprofit here, the corporation retains a lot of the privileges that Mountain View Westman School District is afforded under the law because it's a public agency. So it's almost like a corollary in the private corporate arena to a public agency. The closest thing you can get is a nonprofit, which is why we're using the nonprofit.
So a follow-up question is, if sometime in the future, the tax exempt bonds were paid off, could the 501c3 then be converted to an LLC?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, once the tax exempt bonds are paid off, you'll have flexibility not to have to comply with the Internal Revenue Code rules for tax exempt finance property.
And the advantages are also it completely separates the teacher housing from any liability in the school district.
It will separate. I don't know if you can get a complete separation because at the end of the day, you are still owning the property and you are still responsible for it because the way we're setting this up, you are in control of the nonprofit. It is your nonprofit. But there are definitely more protections afforded than if the board were operating it directly.
Thank you. I have other questions, but let other trustees. Trustee Hannah?
I think I've worked this out in my head, but I wanted to ask it anyway. To clarify, in the bylaws, I know the bylaws have a range of number of potential member, 5 to 7 that this board would set how many people are on the board. And I know under, I think, Article 6 talks about this new nonprofit board would be subject to the Brown Act. And then Article 7 talks about committees, that the committees can be up to 3. So I know that up to 3 would kind of depend on the Brown Act piece, right? Of if it's a 5-person board.
Right. So we thought it was important to maintain the transparency for this corporation that the district board provides to the community. So all of the meetings of the nonprofit will be open to the public and will have the same agenda requirements that this district board has so that folks will know what topics are being discussed at those nonprofit meetings and they'll have the opportunity to attend and witness the business of the nonprofit that's occurring. And because of that, under the Brown Act, there's a rule that if you have more than a quorum or a majority of the directors present, then you have a meeting. So if we want to have a subcommittee, we need to keep that subcommittee to less than a majority of the directors of the board.
So that if it were the 5, it's a 2 up to 2.
Yeah,
and
the
if it's
core,
just like,
yeah.
right. That 3 jumped out at me and I wanted, it's an up to 3 and it depends on, okay.
Yeah.
And then I just also timeline wise, on this timeline, we're jumping in tomorrow into soliciting candidates for the board. And I was just wondering, maybe this is a staff question of kind of if there's a plan in place for that process.
So I'll start and staff may add. We've discussed a variety of ways to identify potentially qualified board members for your nonprofit and to go out and do some recruiting for you, basically. And so tonight, any suggestions you have or thoughts about how best to do that on your behalf and how you'd like to see that come back to you, happy to hear that and act accordingly.
Just to kind of bring this question for the public as well, in terms of information, would this 501c3 and its board in effect supplant the Housing Oversight Committee, or how will those things work? Because it seems like the Housing Oversight Committee sort of fills some of this role right now in an advisory capacity, but isn't an action-taking entity like the board of this organization would be. So I'm wondering if you can speak to how that will work.
I've asked the same question, and I think that it deserves careful thought, especially for those of you who are close to that and or have watched it operate since it was established. I would recommend that it sunset at the appropriate time and that there's a good overlap handoff between your current group and that board so that the board can benefit from the experience and the learning that that entity has had. But I also think that it's important that there's one voice speaking on behalf of the enterprise to its property manager and its residents. And so sort of strengthening that focal point. That was one of the things that they spoke a lot about at Jefferson Union High School District, is that everybody knows that it's the nonprofit board that are the policymakers and governance entity for the building. So there's no confusion about who's in charge, and it just seems to make everybody's jobs a lot easier. So that's my preliminary recommendation, I guess, is how I would qualify that. And I don't know if Meredith may have some things to add from her experience.
Not, well, if, I'm not familiar with your housing oversight committee, but if they truly are giving oversight and advice, then it does sound a little bit duplicative. I mean, I kind of liken it to, you have a citizens oversight committee for your bond measures, but that's more of an audit function. That's not an advisory function. If you could somehow turn your housing oversight committee into more of an audit function, I'm not really sure that you want somebody looking over your shoulder. I think that's actually your job. I think your job would be, while the housing corporation is going to set policy and make decisions, you know, in your back ear, you're making sure that you, when those policies are implemented, they work for you as a district and for your housing and for your staff, right? It doesn't have to be on a, you know, it's periodically, but doesn't have to be on a monthly basis or quarterly basis the way the housing corporation is going to meet. So I think Peter probably is correct that you probably don't need both.
And
It would seem to me that when the housing corporation is assembled, they will be able to make a decision on what types of committees they need to better inform them.
That's a good point.
so the board, so the 501c3 itself and their board could have a similar oversight committee or advisory committee, but it would be run through them rather than through us. I think that makes a lot of sense, because then the other question I have about, the other question I have is where the city fits as a piece of this puzzle. Right now, we have included a city council member on the Housing Oversight Committee. We've also included a representative from each of our union partners. And so, you know, where we tie, how we transition to a 501c3 and still make sure really important voices are heard and are engaged, is a question I have.
Oh, okay, right.
Do you want me to take a swing at
You
it?
want to go ahead?
Sure. I think that that may be where a committee fits in well, right? That is assembled by that governing board, to give voice to, you know, a variety of tenants who are in there, whoever that might be, or for whatever purpose they see.
Yeah, so I've strongly support going ahead with 501c3 corporation. And my main problem with the bylaws is I see the board of directors as being something very different. I do not see it as made up of what the Teacher Housing Advisories Committee now. I think we really need people with financial background, with real estate background, with property management background, to be on this board, to, you know, not only, you know, understand the decisions they're going to be making and the impact, but also to have the network of others who they know through their professions, who they can draw in and lean on to properly advise the district. It would make sense to have at least one trustee there to, you know, be a guidepost. Yeah, I'm looking for professionals, and I've thought about it, you know, somewhat. And I would see the Teacher Housing Advisory Committee to sort of continue in its role, as in what it's doing, and really provide an opportunity for the public to, you know, to have a dialogue directly. Yeah, and I do see a lot of interaction between I think you'd want to set up a regular schedule of when the board of the teacher housing is presenting to the board and updating of what's happening, interacting with the advisory committee to understand comments they're seeing. This doesn't have to be that often, right? I mean, I don't know, boards meet every quarter or something. Anyway, so I see this very different, sort of a very different makeup.
It's an interesting idea to have the advisory committee, right, be made up perhaps of your bargaining unit representatives and the folks that may be interested in what it's like to live there, and making sure that the interests of those folks are heard. And they're not on the board of the corporation, because you want the board of the corporation to be folks who are who have expertise to be able to run the housing corporation, but they may be advised by this housing advisory corporate committee that kind of has the interest of the folks on the ground in mind.
That's basically agreeing with, yeah.
I think
I think there's different levels of like operation and sort of expertise to run a housing project.
Do you think the current list of directors accomplishes that?
This absolutely, no, absolutely not. This is our advisory committee. I mean,
Are you looking at section 3 of the bylaws?
yes. I mean, what it has is 2 board of trustees, and I'm not,
Maybe you're looking at an older version. Do we not have the version?
One we have here, I
So
think
the
is
current,
the,
I can read it to you.
Yeah.
The current list, one director shall be a member of the district's board of trustees. One director shall be a district executive employee and initially shall be the district's chief business officer. One director shall be a district employee who does not plan to live in the housing. Not less than 2 and not more than 4 directors shall be community members with backgrounds and expertise in real estate development, affordable housing, asset management, accounting, or related professions. So we have a total of 5.
I think that's, yeah, I think that's getting there. I guess I was thinking of a previous version I
Yeah.
read. Yeah. And looking at this in front of me, and I guess the one I read before I came here was a previous version. I apologize. I just would question B and C there. And I think part of that is to, again, to accomplish our goals here is we need to free up staff time to do their work on educating our school district and not running a housing project. And this gets in on, whether you have a different financial person for each one or not, but that's my preference would be that to have independent financial for the teacher housing project and the district.
Versus the district.
Well, President Lambert, I think something that's been discussed at one point, but I could be wrong, was, or what I've heard from other districts, is actually hiring a staff person dedicated to kind of the financial aspect of the 501c3. And so
That would
this
be
says,
basically the same thing. I
Yeah,
would see that. Yeah.
because right now it says, so that person would be a district employee. Right now it says initially shall be the CBO. I think because we haven't hired that person, but that person would then take that spot, because I agree, we want our chief business officer to be focused on the work of our district overall and not sucked into this so much. And so I think within the way this is written, that is actually quite feasible, and it lines us up to do that.
Well, this also does, sorry, I guess we jumped ahead to discussion, haven't we?
Question. Oh, just go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Okay, Article 9, Section 5, I think is where the employee is hired of the project, which isn't necessarily a board member, right? Like that is sort of, it's our superintendent, it's our CEO, it's our hired, but so there, I guess then there's still that question of who that be representative of the financial interest of the district is. But I think the bylaws do contemplate the board kind of having a CEO, right? That would not be our chief business officer, would be somebody, would not even necessarily be the person who's in that B slot. I guess that's that's a question then. What?
Yeah, I'm looking at Article 9, Section 4, and then also 5, because 4 is the treasurer, who it does say shall be the chief business officer. I think that if you have, if you have an employee of the corporation who is the financial person who's responsible for working with the property manager and making sure they get all the financial information, the, leases and amounts and revenues, all the kind of nitty gritty day-to-day finances of the housing, you then could have your chief business officer just receive the high level takeaways from that actual day-to-day financial operations of the corporation. So to make sure that the CBO knows where the housing is going financially, and so that you are always apprised of the financial situation of the housing, because that's important for you to know. I'm not sure it actually is drafted. Well, so the treasurer, it's in Section 4, Article 9, Section 4, it says the treasurer, who is the CBO, will from time to time report matters related to the corporation's financial condition. That means to you, and that's correct. You want from time to time to know that the housing is operating with a revenue profit of X. There are this many units leased or this many units empty. You want to have that status from time to time so that you're aware of what's going on with the housing. But it also says the treasurer shall cause or kept to be maintained adequate and correct books. So kept to be maintained is correct, because the treasurer is not going to keep those books. You don't want your CBO having to keep the books of the housing. And then in Section 5, we have the CEO, who it says will be a district staff member. Maybe that's not what.
Well, because I guess there would be a conflict of, it would be challenging to have a CEO who is also on the board of directors. And so maybe
on the board.
Right, this CEO is not, but what I was discussing with President Lambert was this, I think I was talking about who would be the CEO, actually, an employee of the district who is charged with overseeing this 501c3. Right, so those can't be the same person.
No, I would say,
Yeah.
we get the people together, right, as the board, and then they elect officers. Yeah.
No, there's a CEO who's hired by us, who is different.
Oh,
He's a district staff member.
The superintendent equivalent.
So maybe I can add a clarifier. Tracking back to the Jefferson Union High School District model, what we heard from them is that they have a staff person who has 3 different job title roles in a single job title. And a third of that person's allocated FTE is to be the internal staffer who's sort of the go-to. So if you're doing a hiring fair for new teachers and your recruiting team says, I need to hand off these 3 people because they're showing a high interest in your housing, and this person catches them, they may be attached to your HR department, or they may just be part of your management team somewhere, and they may have other roles, which is what Jefferson did. But that person is the point person to connect then, okay, I've got a new hire that's pending. He or she has expressed interest in a housing unit. Let's get them qualified. Okay, we hand them off to the property manager, who is appointed by and works for your corporation board. And they, together with your staff person, get all that done. So you don't have an employee hanging out there going, who do I talk to? And I'm confused. And so it again tries to eliminate the inevitable confusion when all that stuff's going on. What we heard from Jefferson is their board chose to pay for that piece of that full-time equivalent from their education general fund, but they also observed that no, you could justify that being paid by revenue from your building so that it's a neutral item. But I want to also distinguish the conversation a bit about your CBO and the treasurer of the corporation. The reason that that's suggested is that we've heard both from people on your board and other school boards that how do I know as a trustee that that thing over there that we've delegated off to a new entity is not going to somehow endanger my general fund? How do I know that the kids' education in this district will not be sacrificed because there's a problem that we didn't know about? It's a financial problem. So with your CBO, who has the expertise and has that high level oversight talent and knows how to look at all those informational, the financial reports and see the red flags, that's where I think your board and your superintendent can have some trust that I've got eyes and ears in that room. He or she's not spending a lot of time on that, but it's very high level. So I think those are both really important constructs for this model. Then you pull in your exterior, your professionals from the outside world, your asset managers, your financial, a public accountant or a developer at a high level, and they complement that brain trust so that over time, your CBO should be very light touch with the energy put in, but high value in what they're able to report out to you. So that's my take. And if there's language that we may have confused you with, our apologies, but this is a helpful conversation because those are all important aspects. Yeah.
And a follow-up question for that. Just want to be clear. I apologize. This liaison, if you want to call it, who's hired by the, let's say, the district, that you say that person would wear 3 hats.
Could, yeah.
Is that one of them? Would that be the treasurer also?
No.
No,
No.
would be.
So this
be independent.
this staff.
The 3
person-
hats are exactly.
Well, so in Jefferson's case, the position is some combination of an HR role, the go-to staff liaison for the housing, staff housing liaison. And the third, I think, had to do with their public information officer and sort of supports that role. So they sort of took a partial job and combined it into 3. And that person just happened to have the passion and the interest, and so it worked really
And
well.
you'd recommend an independent treasurer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Understood.
But your superintendent and your senior staff may have other ideas about, oh, I could use a third of this FTE and combine these, and it's a like combination. So it's really up to district how you want to do that. What we've heard from those who've been operating is that, yeah, it's a quarter to a third of an FTE scattered across a year, but that really adds a lot of value to the stability and the user friendliness of your housing. Yeah.
Is that person the CEO? Because there's a chief executive officer described here in Article 9. That is the staff, so it's Section 5. Shall be a district staff member and shall have general supervision, direction, and control of the business and affairs of the corporation.
It's a good question.
He or she shall have the general powers and duties of management usually vested in the office of the chief executive of a corporation, and shall have such powers and duties as may be prescribed by the board of directors or these bylaws. And they're listed as an officer, but not necessarily. So I'm trying to understand, is that, who is
Since you
that
brought it up, is that,
CEO?
what's the difference between a president and CEO?
Yeah, and is this, well, the CEO is a district employee, the president is elected by the board.
Yeah,
So they're different, but then is the CEO a member of the board of directors? I don't think so. No. But I guess we haven't found a way to not have our CBO have to go to all the board of directors meetings, so it may eventually transition, but it sounds like it will still be that.
I think one of the things to remember is that the property manager is the company, is the folks who work for the property management company are the people who are managing the housing. They're the ones who are working day to day on actual things that happen in the building that need to be working. You know, they're the people running it. The people in the bylaws are intended to provide higher level administration and not necessarily working on the housing. They're not, responding to problems or responding to tenants or doing the kinds of things that the property manager does when it comes to running. So the positions described in the bylaws are intended to give you connection to the housing and to provide those senior level positions so that there is someone who is connected to you. And they may not actually need to do much. They don't have an active role, but they are available beyond the board, which meets as a governing body, to be a point person, to be a person.
So the CEO is in essence the 0.4 FTE employee you're describing for the district?
No, I mean, you don't need both.
You don't need both.
Yeah, I think this is perhaps mislabeled, right? Because
Okay.
this conversation is suggesting to me that it's really the Jefferson model where you have a management staff person in the district staff who is the internal go-to that works closely with the governing board, and in the case of new tenants, directly with your property manager. So I suspect that
So
the
like
CEO is probably not
district liaison or
Yeah.
district program manager or something like
housing
that might be the
liaison, something like that.
housing liaison, so that we might, I'm comfortable offering an edit to this. Sorry to belabor that point. I was just trying to figure out all the different
I
roles.
have a question. Is it necessary that we approve these bylaws this evening?
No,
Yeah,
no, they can be a work in progress.
yeah. I mean, I would recommend that this board, start the 501c3, do the articles of incorporation, get that started, and then we can spend some time, certainly to the next meeting, not string it out, but
Would you each like to submit comments to Superintendent Baer to then be incorporated into this, so I can bring it back to you with those comments incorporated?
I think that would be useful, yes.
So we would, in essence, perhaps amend the resolution that's presented here.
Right, I was going to break it up into three parts. Probably is the best thing to do, is to do the 501c3 and number 2, the articles of incorporation. And then we will, I guess, hold the bylaws till future meeting. We can send you comments on those. So good.
Yes.
Okay, do we have any more questions? I know we have a few people online and they've been very patient, I'm sure. Any further questions? No? Well, we'll give you a break. We'll let some of the speakers speak and we can catch our breath. Mr. Granathan?
Yes, thank you, President Lambert. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. A couple of things I want to mention. One of the big concerns the public has, and I've heard multiple people express this, community members, is insulating the district from liability for events that happen at the housing complex. For instance, things like accidents and other claims against the housing complex. And how do we know those are not going to basically bankrupt the district, or take millions of dollars of our kids' educational money? And I know an LLC is designed for that kind of purpose, but I haven't heard anything about how this nonprofit structure will protect the district and the district general fund and the assets that should be going to our kids. So I would really like to hear some more consideration about that, and how is that risk going to be managed if there is a risk of liability against the district. Second, it's troubling to hear just kind of casual talk about hiring more people to manage, the CEO and the liaison, and no discussion of what that's going to cost, and if that money is, where's that money going to come from? So it's starting to appear like a death by a thousand cuts and all these unanticipated costs. And I hope you're not dismissing the possibility of looking for an exit strategy, because I think at a certain point you have to question, is it really worth it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garnathan. I'm going to ask the presenters to hold the thought and tell other speakers speak, and I'll remind you. Maybe you can address, I think, the liability issue after everybody speaks here. Next one is Ms. Dillon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So a couple things. First of all, I want to provide some kudos, which I know I have not been very good at in the last few months. So I think some things I appreciate about this, setting up this nonprofit corporation and pursuing that and making that a priority. I appreciate you for doing that and looking for solutions since you can't use an LLC. I appreciate that you added the Brown Act transparency and that they said that that was important and that that's going to be an element of this. I very much appreciate that, and I think that was a good move. So thank you. I also appreciate the robust discussion on this topic. I've noticed since with new leadership that you're being thoughtful about some of these really big decisions, and I really appreciate that. And it's great to watch and understand what's happening as you all are trying to understand it. So thank you. And also thank you for talking to another district about how they're doing it. That's great as well. I really appreciate that. So a few concerns I have. I agree with Mohan that it sounds like the district's still fully liable, because I heard the presenter say a couple times, you are still responsible, you are still in charge, you're ultimately accountable. So that I would love to hear more about how that, if someone slips and falls there or gets hurt, how's the district general fund protected? Okay. I'd love to hear about that. I agree with President Lambert that the expertise on the housing nonprofit corporation, you need board members that have the expertise versus like stakeholders who basically represent tenants or city council. I just want to remind everyone it's an $89 million project, and the city council actually has no ownership of the building. The district owns it. And they only have a right to priority house staff at less than 10% of the units. I don't think they have enough of like stake in the ground on this to be on the board. And then lastly, I don't want to add another head count. I don't want the CBO being the CEO of this. I mean, I think we've seen that that's kind of what got us into this situation in the first place. I'd really like to see our CBO be able to dedicate the majority of her time to other projects other than this. I think it's too much responsibility, decision-making discretion, and power within one person for a huge project. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Next speaker is Raki Rashik.
Hi, thank you, Trustee Lambert. I know most of the board members weren't here when the decision to build this housing project was made. I don't want to be overly critical, but I'm curious why there wasn't a clear roadmap before public funds were confirmed. Now we're scrambling to put together a 501c3 and what the structure of it should be and who will manage it. This should have been a fundamental decision that was taken as part of the initial planning, not something we have to work on now when the project is up and apparently running. I would just urge the board again to take a step back and reflect on what led us to this point, and any decisions we make in the future should, I'm sure you understand this because lessons learned, just made with intention, clarity, and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rashik. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Hi, Thank you so much for for this presentation. And yes, I am excited that you guys are forming an LLC or nonprofit to insulate our district and mitigate all the liability. I know you discussed a lot about with Jefferson about following the Jefferson Union School District. Have you also checked in with Santa Clara Union School District? Because they've had this housing project since 2003. And I just quickly clicked on their website just now, just a quick search, and I was able to see how it was done. And it looks like the CEO is not part of the school. The COO is on it, but I think the structure over there is they have the chief operation officer. And then maybe I don't know how they structure those. But then the other roles, like the high up level, like they have like a retire CPO. But anyhow, I do agree with President Lambert that for for someone to be on this board, we need people with expertise on managing nonprofit, like understand this, have strong financial understanding, have strong real estate understanding to do this. So just wanted to direct you to Santa Clara Union School District for this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Next speaker online is Ms. Actor.
Hi, good evening. I'm a little confused because it seems as though these bylaws really need a lot more work. So I'm going to gently suggest up front that they get worked out before a vote. Moreover, I guess what's really concerning to me is the concept that our CBO shall be on this nonprofit board. My understanding is that we are trying to get our district folks focused back on district business. And someone submitted a public records request that showed the number of hours our district attorney and our district's attorney, I should say, and the CBO have been working together on this housing project. And I was really floored at how much of our staff time has just been totally consumed with this project. So ideally, we could get them focused back on education. Based on the discussion tonight, it sounds like part of the finance role would be to have someone serve as a watchdog to ensure things don't go sideways and the general fund is put at risk. Along with Rocky's point, I think we need to consider how we got here. I have yet to see a full accounting on the housing project. I would like to know from our CBO, where is the transparency on how much we have actually spent in addition to the $88.6 million of Measure T funds? So I guess my question is, how did we get here? How did we get in this situation now where our fund is actually at risk? And, where we have an $89 million building sitting on property we don't own? I think we need to move carefully and not rush through bylaws and setting up this 501c3. So I would request that you decouple the bylaws from the vote of setting up the corporation. Thanks.
And the last speaker is Ms. Wong.
Hi, thank you. It seems like we're making some good adjustments to what has been going on with this project. So that is a positive. It's just every time I see dollars going out to this project, it's dollars not going into our students' education. So I hope that the board and whoever is the main liaison in managing this project, right, fully understand that, even if a dollar's not taken from the general fund, right, if we're taking Measure T money, that's money that is not going to, let's say, build our kitchen labs or science labs or, after school programs and things like that. And so, or any other, if we're going to raise additional bonds, then that's bond money that can't go directly to schools, right? Because community members and homeowners are already paying out money to the district. So any dollar that goes to the district, whether it's restricted, unrestricted, or tied to bonds and measures, it's a dollar that, you know, that isn't going towards education. And so I hope that we can scrutinize every single dollar and expense when it goes to a project that's not supporting education directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. So could you address, I think the main question people were asking was about liability.
Yeah, so accidents happen. They happen at school. Kids fall off the monkey bars. Maybe a teacher slips on a wet floor. The solution we have for things like accidents is insurance. The district has liability insurance to make sure that when those accidents happen at school, it doesn't impact their general fund. The insurer will come in and provide coverage. So the same is true for the housing. There is insurance that will cover accidents and things that happen that are unforeseen that may result in liability. So things like accidents and those liability situations don't result in expense for the general fund. They would be covered by insurance.
Thank you. Trustee Conley?
Well, and then something else that was alluded to in some of the discussion earlier, but I think might have gotten lost was this staff member, the time dedicated, if we add headcount on this in some way, even if it's just a 0.4 FTE, that could be paid for by the 501c3 or the revenues from the site rather than from school district funds.
Yeah, thank you for coming back to that point. I was wanting to interject a reminder that the goal here about a stable staff housing project is that the revenues created by rents paid by residents is the revenue stream, and the expenses against that, and it's separate. It's the equivalent in cities is enterprise funds. So cities operate water systems and sewer systems, and they cannot commingle the money they collect from the ratepayers and go over and do something over here. It's the same principle. We're creating a very distinct, separate fund. Revenue comes in, expenses get paid, and that also needs to have a healthy reserve. So if something does break or go wrong, there's a reserve in the entity so that can be taken care of without coming anywhere near your general fund. So I feel very clear that that's a fundamental here, both in terms of a goal and a business prerogative priority. So yeah, and you know, we've got a model, a pro forma model that calculates over time. Once you have a full building, the rents flow in, you've got your annual operating expenses, you've got set asides for insurance, which is a big cost, but a necessary one. You've got a building replacement fund for future repairs, and you've got an emergency reserve, all modeled on what you do as with your general fund and your other funds in the district. So that's the goal. And I think that, again, going back to the kinds of people that we would want to see you consider for this new board, they'll have expertise in that and make sure that that's being done, and protect your interests and your kids' interests. So that's just my take.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so I tried to respect question time versus discussion, but now that we're into discussion, I think I'm supportive of doing the articles of incorporation now. I think we'll have probably some robust discussion around bylaws and what that'll actually look like. Just one point, I think, to a point raised earlier, we do have the 5 to 7 board members as a choice that we get to fix. And with 3 folks representing the district effectively and what we care about there, the remainder is going to be like how we decide what the balance should be, right? Because if we have a 7-member board with 3 and 4 people with expertise in there, they'll have kind of more sway and more ability to make those decisions versus if we have a 3 person and 2 additional like expert members. So I think these are things that we'll consider as we kind of come back with comments for the bylaws. But I think those are the things, those I think are the details that we should make sure we hone in on, like what we think the principle for how we want this to operate when we are delegating that authority to them and delegating the responsibility, what those outcomes will look like.
Thank you. Have any further comments? I'm going to, yeah,
No, I'm just still trying to figure out how to piece together the actual motion on this.
okay, I was looking at this. So look at the resolution, and I think we accomplish our goals by establish of the corporation is section 2, approval of the articles is section 3, and we just eliminate sections 4, approval of the bylaws, and section 5, appointment of initial board members.
Okay.
And I think that gets us where we want to go. Is that what you're
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
you're hearing as well?
Does that make sense to council?
So restating, we're talking about striking section 4 and section 5.
Yes, that works. You could potentially leave in section 5 because what section 5 does is say that we're going to appoint the initial board members described in the bylaws. Until we have final bylaws, there is no actual appointment of members. So what, if you leave section 5, you would give authority to move forward with appointing the board members once you have final bylaws.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it isn't actionable until section 4
Happens
is adopted.
Until you actually approve bylaws.
So I will make a motion to approve resolution number 06-042425, striking section 4, as well as removal in paragraph six. No, I can leave that. Okay, just striking section 4. Otherwise as presented.
I second. So we have a motion by trustee Conley, a second by trustee Lambert to approve resolution number 06-042425.
As amended.
Can I ask a question?
One question.
Sorry. Do you want any changes to the recitals in the motion since they're references to the bylaws?
That's why I asked about paragraph 6.
I think you could probably leave it because what you're saying in that 6th recital is that approving bylaw articles and bylaws is desirable in your best interest. Doesn't say you're actually doing it tonight. You're going to do it at some point. We haven't gotten there yet. But if you feel more comfortable, we could after the word articles, we could scratch out and the bylaws from 1, 2, 3, the 6th whereas clause.
I think it's the one above that I was wondering about. They were presented for review and approval.
Oh yeah, take out bylaws of the corporation from that section.
Ah, perfect. Okay, so I am going to accept a friendly amendment to my motion, which is to continue striking section 4 and then in paragraph 5, remove and bylaws of the corporation.
I agree, that makes
And in paragraph 6, remove the reference to bylaws.
do a word search and see if bylaws pops up anywhere else. With
So we're addressing the reference to bylaws in paragraphs 5 and 6, as well as removing Article
Section
4 or Section 4.
Okay, that's been accepted by trustee Conley.
Yes.
Any more comments or questions? I will second it. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
I'll let you know as soon as
Congratulations.
articles of incorporation have
That's
been
the first
filed.
big step, I think, for this, turning this around. Thank you.
We take a short break.
Yes, we can definitely take a short break. You beat me to it. Are back from our break and we'll move on to item 10F. It's an action item, approval and adoption of resolution number 03042425, determining the acquisition of real property. Dr. Westover?
So this is a quick item tonight, trustees. I do not have a formal presentation. There is backup information in the board packet, but what we wanted to put this on the agenda so we could talk through it quickly. This is the board directing staff to file a notice of exemption for CEQA. If the board chooses to move forward with purchasing the land, we would want to formalize this notice of exemption.
Any questions from the board?
Remind me, this won't commit us to buying the land or anything there. It's just
No, this does
we're
not.
willing to get ahead of things in case we so choose to purchase the land.
Exactly.
Any further questions? Ask the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Seeing no comments, then do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I make a motion to approve resolution number 03-042425 as presented.
Second? Second? You second? I guess I seconded, so moving along. Okay, we have a motion by trustee Conley, a second by trustee Lambert to approve resolution number 03-042425 as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item G. That's another action. It's a resolution number 05-042425 supporting recognition of Jewish Heritage Month.
Yes, thank you. May is a busy month, and May 1st marks the beginning of Jewish American Heritage Month. And as a district, we recognize the importance of honoring the achievements of our Jewish community members and reflecting thoughtfully on the history and pain and oppression they endured and that continues. We would like to honor them this month and ad infinitum, and we can recognize that through the acceptance of this resolution. So it's presented to you for consideration.
Any questions? Any comments from the public? Any comments from the board?
I'll just note that this resolution and I believe our next resolution are both part of our Heritage and Awareness Calendar for the school year that was adopted by the board last year.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
So motion.
Second.
Moved by trustee DeFazio and seconded by trustee Conley, that we approve resolution number 05-042425. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Have a choral reading of this. We'll start with trustee DeFazio.
Whereas the United States, California, and the city of Mountain View is a melting pot of heritages and cultures, and
whereas Mountain View Wisman School District has honored this mosaic of people and unique contributions to our communities through commemorative months, and
whereas for centuries, the perseverance and hope of the Jewish people have inspired people around the world, and
whereas by honoring each other's cultures, we can educate ourselves about the rich diversity that makes up our community, and
Whereas Jewish American culture has been inextricably woven into the fabric of our country as Jewish American suffragists, activists, and leaders marched for civil rights, women's rights, and voting rights. And
whereas Jewish American scientists, doctors, and engineers have made scientific breakthroughs that define America as a land of possibilities, served our nation in uniform on the nation's highest courts and at the highest levels of the presidential administration, and
whereas as public servants, artists, entertainers, journalists, and poets, they have helped write the story of America. making it, as MLS Urs's poem on the Statue of Liberty states, a home for the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and
Whereas, as we celebrate the Jewish American community's contributions this month, we also honor their resilience in the face of a long and painful history of persecution. The Hamas attack on October 7th, 2023 against Israel marked the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, resurfacing, including here in the United States, painful scars from millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of Jewish people, and
Whereas the Anti-Defamation League recorded a 137% increase of incidents at K through 12 schools, a 237% increase at Jewish institutions, and a 321% increase on college and university campuses compared to the same time frame the previous year, with most occurring after October 7th, 2023, and
Whereas, to counter the rise of anti-Semitism, it is critical to increase awareness of Jewish American contributions dating back to the founding of the United States.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that Mountain View Wisman School District, during Jewish American Heritage Month, celebrate the immeasurable impact of Jewish values, contributions, and culture on our nation's character, and recommit to realizing the promise of America for all Jewish Americans. And
therefore, be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 05042425 to encourage the celebration of Jewish American Heritage Month in the schools of the district with culturally responsive activities, and to acknowledge the significance of Jewish American Heritage Month now and always. Okay, thank you. Other action, resolution number 040425 in support of recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Thank you. As Trustee Connolly indicated, this is a part of our recognition on the calendar. And May 1st also marks the beginning of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And Mountain View Wisman School District recognizes the importance of honoring the achievements of our Asian American Pacific Islander community members and reflecting thoughtfully on the history of pain and oppression they endured and that continues. We honor them this month through this resolution that we'd like you to consider.
Any questions from the board? Have any comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from the board?
I do think it's linked here. Last night I went to a play that's showing in Mountain View at Theater Works at our Mountain View Performing Arts Center that's called The Heart Sellers. And it's the story of Filipino and Korean immigrants to the United States. It is quite beautiful. It runs through this weekend, and it really talks about the experience of these two individuals with great care and empathy. And they immigrated shortly after the Hart-Celler Act was passed in the 1970s, which abolished the immigration quotas that were put on Asian countries up until that point by the US. So I highly recommend that if you have a chance to go. And with that, I make a motion to approve resolution number 04-042425 as presented.
second.
We have a motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee Reed that the board approve resolution number 04042425, recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
So you know what, President Lambert, I apologize. Trustee Reed, did you want to make the motion? I feel like I jumped ahead on that one. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Would like to begin, Trustee Conley?
Sure. Whereas members of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Education are honored to join communities across the country and recognize May 1st as the start of National Asian American Pacific Islanders Heritage Month, also referred to as AAPI Heritage Month, and
Whereas racism towards Asian American Pacific Islander people has existed since they began immigrating to the United States, including the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the 1886 establishment by prominent Mountain View residents of an anti-Chinese social organization to expel Chinese residents from the city. the use of intimidation to stop hiring of Chinese workers in Mountain View, and the 1887 arson that burned down San Jose's Chinatown, and
Whereas the recent rise of violence against Asian Americans is part of a larger history of violence against communities of color, which means we must work together to create community-centered solutions that stop the violence in all communities. And
Whereas politically charged and culturally insensitive rhetoric further encourages racism, prejudice, and hate crimes against Asian American Pacific Islander people, and
Whereas the model minority myth continues to divide communities of color, feed into racism, and contributes to the false notion that the Asian American Pacific Islander community does not experience racial oppression or is impacted by white supremacy, which ignores the Asian American Pacific Islanders community's experience with Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, and anti-South Asian violence, and
Whereas approximately 27% of the Mountain View Wisman School District students identify as Asian American Pacific Islander, and
whereas we also pause to recognize and celebrate the naming of one of our town schools, Amy and My Elementary School, after an extraordinary community member who was born and raised in Mountain View, and during World War II was forced to relocate to the harsh landscape of Heart Mountain, where she became one of the 120,000 Japanese Americans who were interned during World War II, and who, when she returned to the area after the war, was instrumental in spreading the message of peace, anti-racism, and allyship to her community. And
therefore, be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 04-042425 to encourage the celebration of National Asian American Pacific Islander Month in the schools of the district with culturally responsive activities, and to value the roles and contributions of Asian American Pacific Islander people to the local and national economies, culture, and identity.
okay, thank you.
Can I just make one quick comment on that?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to also acknowledge that Jose Antonio Vargas was also named after an Asian American.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on down to action item I, year-end closing and board authority. Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Good evening. So tonight we'll be talking through year-end closing, what that means for us, and then provide the board some options of how to move forward. I'm going to skip past the first couple ones because these are typical for our presentations. So some background. At the end of the year, we must close our financial books in accordance with state reporting timelines and accounting standards. So we couldn't say, let's move up our deadline or when we close the books because it's dictated by the state. With the resolution that was approved on November 7th, 2024, it delegates contract authority to staff within specific monetary thresholds. For example, 114,000 for equipment, 50,000 for professional services. So this leaves us with a challenge. After the final board meeting of the fiscal year, we often receive late or unexpected invoices that may exceed delegated authority. Examples of these could be, we need to add a new third grade class, so we need to purchase a whole new class set of textbooks. It could be we, at the last couple of weeks of the year, we needed to contract out an IA because we had an IA that needed to resign for some reason. So there's multiple reasons why we might have unexpected expenses come up after the last board meeting of the year. And these may fall outside of previously ratified contracts. So what you're seeing, what comes to the board agenda each time, so this time you saw a POCO report, so purchase order change order, and it shows when people are saying, hey, I need to increase my PO limit. So there was a question from a board member, preschool increased their copy cost by $600 because they estimated as best they could, but as we're getting closer through the year, they're seeing that teachers are making more copies. So that can also happen as we start to close the books, that people underestimated. Without board actions, these cannot legally be paid before year end. So delegated authority limits means that we can enter into certain contracts. It does not allow the district to spend beyond the outlined limits post fiscal year without further board action. So there's some options we can talk through. The board could do a temporary resolution to grant limited authority to the superintendent and or board president. This purpose would be to approve and ratify late unexpected expenses to close the books. The board could choose to defer payment, meaning that we don't pay until the next fiscal year. The risk is the expense is recorded in the wrong year, and we would likely, most definitely, have an audit finding for doing so. We could hold a special board meeting to approve the remaining items in July. This is transparent, but we're concerned that it may be impractical due to availability. But these are three options that are available to the board to help us be able to close our books and then pay any outstanding invoices that we have. So the recommendation is to adopt a resolution to temporarily extend limited authority to approve year-end adjustments. This resolution could be used each year if the board so chose. The benefits would be it avoids audit findings, ensures timely and accurate year-end close, and maintains board oversight, because whatever is approved from either the board president or the superintendent could then be brought back for ratification at the first board meeting of the fiscal year. Of course, the board could choose a different option as well. If the board wants to meet in July, we could also have a meeting in July. Questions?
I don't have any questions.
My understanding is that if there are audit findings that can have other fiscal impacts on the district in the future, it could affect our credit rating and then also the rates at which we can borrow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry?
I see that it's on as an action item, but I know that, and the recommendation is for the resolution, but I don't think there's a resolution. So it would, I'm just wondering what the ask.
I think telling us what to bring back to you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Any comments from the public? Not seeing any comments from any discussion from the board. I mean, my inclination is to, so this sort of moves smoothly, have the superintendent and the board president basically approve the approve the invoices, before the end of the year. Trustee Fazio?
Yeah, I think similarly, I think we should strive to avoid audit findings. I think that would be a problem for us. I had a similar thought of superintendent and board president, but thought it would be presumptuous to volunteer you for that without hearing from you. So I think I'm glad we're aligned on that. And
Putting it on the board president just kind of is future precedent. While I appreciate your willingness to do it, I think puts the board president in a very difficult position. And so I worry about that for the future. This isn't like a question of judgment or anything like that, but it puts whoever the board president is in the hot seat too on something that would normally come to the entire board. So I'm comfortable with having a special meeting in July if we can find one, or opting for the superintendent to do it, but I don't know that I want to put it on the board president.
Just to be clear, I was suggesting that the superintendent and the board president, and not or.
No, I agree,
understood that.
but I'm thinking back to last year, and if I had, as board president, been in a situation with doing that with the superintendent, I would have been very, very, like, I don't think that would have been a good choice for myself or for any board president, because you are alone in making a financial decision with the superintendent for the district. We love our new superintendent, but I want to also think about the board overall, and I just think that puts the board president in a precarious position.
I thought that this would ultimately still come back at the first regular board meeting for the expenditures that we were seeing, right? Like we would still see them and have that level of response, but
Yes, you would still see them.
I just want you to imagine if this had happened last summer, what would we be saying now?
I mean, presumably that is like the responsibility of, right, like
It's the responsibility of the board. It's not the responsibility of one person alone.
yeah.
It's tricky, yeah, because even if it came up to the board, it would have been a mess anyway, so.
Fair enough. But even then, it's still, you've got 5 eyes on it,
Yeah.
right? And there's no other situation in which we, I think, put any individual board member out there in a decision-making position by themselves. The board president's role, you communicate on behalf of the board and you set the agenda, but you're still very much, we all have the same power. And this invests a very different power and responsibility and
So
weight.
fundamentally, I agree with you. All that. I don't see a way that a convenient way to get around this.
I mean, I
Delaying
frankly,
it is not till the fall isn't good. Summer, it's tough for people.
I don't think having the board president do it with the superintendent is really any different than having the superintendent do it. But I would be willing to do a special meeting in July.
I see on the last slide, you have a note that the amount is estimated typically be under $80,000 combined. I wonder if potentially an addition to the resolution is like some kind of dollar cap that's the superintendent alone to be ratified in August versus if it's going beyond something, then we consider the special meeting in July. I just throwing that out there as a thought.
A question maybe to add to that, I updated my presentation because we have we have many Williams visits coming in the fall. Typically it's about 80,000, like when we're just closing out POs and increasing things. But with the Williams visit, if we find that we're missing a couple classroom texts, which I don't think so, but we need to have the flexibility to purchase classroom sets. And maybe Ms. Bauer can speak more to this piece. I'm wondering if, to go off of Trustee Henry's question, maybe we can put some limits in it of a dollar amount or for specific purposes for anything that's textbook, equipment, materials related. And then like the delegated authority, there are tiers. So if it's for a professional service, most often, right, for closing the books, this would be attorney's fees. And maybe there's a dollar limit on attorney's fees of what we could pay without a special board meeting. But
so just to add some context from the ed services side. So after CAS testing, so towards the end of May, we have all of our sites do inventories of all of their curriculum. So I am purchasing curriculum, so consumable materials for every school in the district to be ready for the first day of school. That doesn't, trying to get all of those POs in by the last board meeting is going to be a real challenge for us, especially considering we have Williams visits coming from 9 schools that are going to be in the first 20 days of the school year. So I have to be able to have some ability to order materials over the summer to make sure that we're ready for that. It's just a very large undertaking.
That makes total sense to me. I think what I have learned over this last year is that the most effective tool I've seen isn't just what we put in policy, it is the public disclosure of information. And so it might be that, and I don't know if this is feasible at all, but that at the end of June, and again in like mid-July or the end of July, that we publicly post a payroll and warrants report or information about any of these expenditures on our website. It's not a formally agendized item, but if it's approved by the superintendent, if we invest that authority in the superintendent, but it is publicly disclosed, I think that would accomplish the same ends for me. But I don't know if that's feasible or where other trustees fall on that.
Let me ask a question. How convenient is it for,
we could,
how is there a burden on the staff meeting in, when do the books need to be closed?
We would need to know, have the authority by July 20th. So we should have all of the bills in by about then. So we could do a final PO warrant report and we can post that online as part of the process.
How could you hold a special meeting?
We could also hold a special meeting.
And I'm, go ahead, I don't like it, but yeah, hold a special meeting if that's sort of what we have to do. I think in the you know, in response to, you know, what we've been going through in this district. And if it's inconvenient, it's inconvenient.
That means we have to see if we have a quorum on something like July 17th.
And if staff's available to.
And if staff's available, I mean,
execute
people
on
have,
It can be any day, right? It just depends.
Vote participation. I haven't, I've not yet participated remotely. What are the rules for when we can do that, right? Because I
Yeah,
So-
there's a certain procedure, but
well, it's not a very private procedure though. So the rules, my understanding is the rules for participating virtually are, we have to have a quorum in person. So that means we need at least 3 trustees to be physically present. If you participate virtually, you're at the address of where you are has to be publicly accessible. It's included in the agenda that's posted at least 72 hours ahead of time. And you have to physically print out and post publicly the agenda at the location you're at. So like when I've been at a hotel,
And have opportunity for public input, you said that.
and the public has to be able to come in where you are. So when I've been at a hotel in the past, for example, I go down to the front desk, I have my printout, I ask them to make it available at the front desk, I post it. And then, you know, I have to be in an accessible, open space. If you're visiting family members, that's a little weird. So it's not, and it could only be 2 people. I will be out of town until the 13th of July and then from the 20th on. So July doesn't open up a lot for me. I'd been thinking more June. I didn't realize it was July 20th. But I still lean towards the having the approvals done, but having it publicly, a public report about it, for me, layers in the accountability that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm unclear so I get the visibility into what's occurring. I don't like calling the special meeting. I'm not clear as to what problem we're solving there, aside from removing that uncomfortable position for the board president. If we're going to publish a report of like overall, like this is going to be potentially a like effectively emergency power, right? We're not expecting significant need for it. Why not just anytime the 2 of you convene, you can post that somewhere that this is the result that we
But
discussed.
that's where I disagree, that I don't think it should be the 2 of them. I think it should be the superintendent. And then it should be publicly shared afterwards. I don't think the board president should be put in that position of making fiscal approvals with the superintendent by themselves.
I mean, can I ask, was summer spending the issue?
No, but I think people are gun shy.
I don't see I don't see how delegating it solely to the superintendent makes it a better situation than having at least one board member being participating in that.
I think part of the issue is if you look at the role of board members, it's you're one part of a team, and there's not supposed to be one person isn't supposed to have more authority than anybody else. And so if you use that definition of what a board member is, it would actually be breaking that definition of a board member if one person is taking on the authority to make decisions without a vote by the other members.
Yeah, I mean, the vote we would be doing here would be to explicitly delegate that power for this temporary situation, I think is like the recommendation.
But then that opens up how boards in general function. And I think that creates a larger discussion on the delegation of authority to a single board member when it's supposed to be a vote of all board members?
Yeah, I think for me, it's more about kind of what the scale of what the summer spending is about. And so to me, it would be more important to have kind of like a cap or an expectation of, like you were saying, of the categories that I would feel comfortable with, potentially with the addition of the interim report, with it coming back just as usual on the August 21st meeting for the full board to approve. Whereas, but I like, in my mind, if there's a kind of a cap on what that entails, and that if not, and if something comes up that needs to go beyond that, that it's probably special meeting worthy. But that you can kind of predict what the scale of, if it's going to be the types of categories, and then not the exact spending, but the types of things, the textbooks, and for me, I would be comfortable, like, it's really, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not that different than what we do, but more on a week to, twice a month kind of expectation of that things are going to be delegated, they're going to come back for ratification, they're going to come back for approval. It's just a longer period.
The risk I see with having a cap and then a special meeting called if we need to exceed that is we actually get less flexibility on when we can schedule the special meeting because we wouldn't have delegated the authority, and then we're at a larger risk of being unable to achieve a quorum to make that decision, right? Like that feels.
I mean, that would be some sort of emergency, and we haven't had something like that over the summer before where you need millions of dollars.
I guess it depends where the limit is.
Yeah,
discussing.
but I think what I have seen to be the most effective tool for our ability to hold our superintendent accountable is public disclosure. And so that's why, for me, I'm okay with the superintendent making these, like, investing the superintendent for this temporary period with the authority to do this, with the public disclosure paired with it, because I think that is our insurance. But I'm comfortable putting a cap that seems reasonable to staff, if that is helpful.
Can I ask, is it caps or categories of, like, what if we need to buy $400,000 worth of textbooks, $150,000 worth of textbooks, right? Does the category matter, or does the amount matter?
I think for me, it's category. If you're looking at, and you're surveying actual schools and needs, and you're seeing, oh, we do have a massive amount of textbooks, that's going to go over a certain amount, but that's something that is reasonable for an expenditure at that time.
I would assume you don't want me engaging, I'm sorry to cut you off. I would assume you don't want me engaging in approving contracts over the summer, right? Vendor contracts, right? I would assume you don't want me, I can give you the list, right? But what we're interested in doing is being efficient in being able to buy largely instructional materials for classrooms in our school district.
And I'm thinking this is like making me think through more why I'm having this reaction to this so strongly. Something that we learned through public records was the leadership team retreats in July. The board wasn't getting a weekly update in July from the superintendent. And so we didn't know about the leadership team retreats or where they were. And we didn't learn about it until we saw the credit card statements and saw tens of thousands of dollars at the Ameswell Hotel one summer, for example. Is the Ameswell Hotel the appropriate venue for a leadership team retreat for the school district? People may have different opinions about that. Myself, I would probably not have supported that. And so that's where that public disclosure piece comes in for me, is that if you know, and everybody in the district knows, that any expenditures made after that period are going to be publicly disclosed on July 20th, because now we also have the credit card statements available, then I am comfortable investing the superintendent with this authority.
Yeah, so I think we're all in agreement on at least disclosure as being like table stakes for this, but in the example you're talking about, I feel like we would be even better protected if there was a board member that was like, are you going to the Ames well, right? Like, this is,
I, I, I mean, I would not give them a voting right though on it by themselves. Maybe an update is emailed to trustees as a group. But you are talking about a separation of power in the board structure that we do not have in any other format. And it's not about the president not having that power. It's about actually making the president very vulnerable.
No, I want to, no. I'd speak for yourself, okay, about being vulnerable and things like that. I think the best argument is Trustee Reed's here. We're a board, we vote as a board, we make decisions as a board, as a team. Unfortunately, I think the only way to do that is to meet and have a special meeting, as inconvenient as it is. And enough of us just has to be around at the right time to do this. And that's it.
May I offer a
And I think you could put limits, you could talk about what's there, categories, but there also needs to be a public discussion, and we need input from the community, and that's part of the process. And that's part of the transparency.
Can I ask?
I think just listing things is
If we
insufficient.
cannot pull a meeting together, does that mean we cannot buy instructional materials?
So can I ask, so in the normal, like if you need to buy instructional materials right now, so can you just kind of flesh out for me, what's the difference in what power we need to delegate for the summer that's in addition to what we've already kind of delegated, that it's just otherwise a longer stretch between meetings?
Yeah, so for right now, we have POs open for different instructional materials, and typically there's a little bit of cushion in there because we know that we may need to order extra during the year. When we start to get close to that limit, individuals will say, we need to increase that PO. So they have a runway to say, I'm going to increase it to X amount so I can purchase what I need. What's unusual about the summer is this is when we get the information, as Kathy was explaining, of like how much we're actually going to need, because that's when we're doing the counts. For attorney's fees, for example, we have a pretty good pulse on where we're at and if we need to increase the PO, but during the summer, sometimes some attorneys are catching up on their billing. And we get a larger invoice that we weren't anticipating. I have maybe a thought as I'm listening to the trustees speak about oversight and wanting to make sure that the public can see. What we could do is we can pull the report of any of the POs and things that we need to get done. We can post it publicly. So we could have it ready for Jeff to give approval to. We can post it publicly. So it's online for anyone to see, meaning it's also available to trustees. If there is a need, you see something, a member of the public sees something that they're worried about, you could then call an emergency meeting. So that way you delegate the authority, but we have it posted. And if you need to call a meeting, you can call a meeting and say, stop payment. That's also a potential option.
I mean, I think the question might be, do we have 3 people in town the week of July 14th?
I might not be.
I will be.
Probably will be here. But who knows? It's July.
I will be here.
So we have 3.
As of now, I'm here. Things can change, but as of now, I'm here.
I hope no one gets sick.
Right.
Just to clarify, we do, as a board, vest powers in the president, which is, on top of just like running the meetings and doing the agenda, they can sign all the instruments to execute the will of the board. These are things that are already in our bylaws that we do. So I don't think it is a significantly larger for a temporary power here, but that's just my opinion on the matter, at least for powers of the president as an office.
I think that signing something that the full board has approved is different than having kind of vesting the power of the board in the one person.
So as phrased, it's carrying out state requirements and the will of the board, which is not, this would be the will of the board. And
You can definitely parse it that way. I don't think the will of the board is, at this time, is to have the president make financial decisions by themselves, even in partnership with the superintendent.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that gets back to this, your options here, that that we're going with a third option to convene a special board meeting in July. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's, I'm personally comfortable with doing a resolution. I guess one other thing I'll throw out there is right now we're not meeting until August 21st. Which adds to the stretch between the July 20th and the, should we meet earlier in August? School starts earlier anyway, to tighten that up. So there's less time between kind of that delegated authority and the time we come back and ratify.
We usually do a board retreat in August, which is a special meeting, but it could be that it's ratified at the board retreat. It's usually, like in the past, it's been
Yeah.
August 1st, August 3rd. It's been very early.
And I think we have had earlier meetings, I recall in the back, but I think, just a suggestion, I think one of the reasons we wait a couple of weeks is there's so much else going on. Staff needs to prepare for board meetings and we just sort of need staff time to get up to speed. So.
Do you know what that brings up for me though, Trustee Henry, is normally we have to approve contracts or expenditures within 30 days? Is that correct?
So because of the board's resolution, things have slightly shifted because the board's now ratifying everything. There's no point in which you are reviewing anymore.
Okay. Well, the review was 60 days, but even the contracts in the past they could be signed and yet the board was not fully committed until the board ratified the contract.
Depended on the amount of the contract
So-
previously. So now the board is, you have delegated the ability to enter into a contract, but not delegated the authority of the official award. So the superintendent could enter into a contract or myself, because that's part of the delegated authority. And then when the contract comes, so an example would would be kitchen equipment, for example, under the $114,000 limit. So we could sign the contract, get it moving, send it to the vendor. But if the board then saw that on the next agenda and said, we don't agree with this kitchen equipment, we would then contact the vendor and say, this was not officially approved.
Right.
Right.
And we don't do that anymore.
That's the process now.
That is the process now. So if we set our board retreat at the very beginning of August and these contracts went through in July, like mid-July, is that different from our regular process?
It differs in the amount. So for example, we have delegated authority to enter into contracts up to certain limits, but many of our largest vendors, textbooks, Cisco, attorneys, they are over the limit that any of us have the ability to sign for. So once we hit that amount of that PO, we're stuck.
So this goes back to, I'm going to offer yet another option, which is that we schedule our board retreat in early August so that it's within a closer window of that July 20th closeout. And we pass the resolution delegating authority to the superintendent for the summer, paired with a public disclosure of that report. But we review it like almost as soon as we would have reviewed it during the normal school year anyways, if that makes sense. Is that something that other trustees are comfortable with?
I'm not comfortable with delegating authority solely to the superintendent without having another board member.
So we have two
I don't
on
care.
that.
I don't care what other board member does it.
Where do other trustees fall on that? Because this is a voting item.
Would you like to do it? Work with the superintendent?
No, I don't think that would be appropriate for one trustee to do it. I like, it's not,
We have to have a special board meeting. Enough's enough, right?
well, I'm asking other
And
trustees what their
whoever's
opinions are.
around is around, and somebody has to be around.
President Lambert, what do the other trustees think?
But-
Where do they fall on that?
I
Because
think
it's
they've
a
already said it.
majority.
So my big question is, this is just really mostly equipment being purchased that's necessary to start the school year. Correct?
Yes and no. There can be attorneys, I'm sorry. I wish I could make it easy. It can be attorney's fees. It could be paying for special ed contractors. So it can be a variety of different things.
I am okay with if there's categories of what these things are going to be, like you said, attorney's fees. Okay, that makes sense. Don't know where a cap would be on that, so I don't think that's necessary. But if I know there are attorney's fees, that's something. I think what we're trying to avoid is having extravagant purchases on things that the public doesn't deem as necessary. But if the purpose is to provide oversight over unnecessary items, that can be done through the public posting of the items that were purchased or spent money on, and then that could be ratified later on at a sooner date than the August 21st meeting. But typically when textbooks are purchased, that happens regularly during the school year, correct? Without us coming to a vote for it immediately. It comes for
The PO has already been opened. So you approve it and then we're spending down that PO as we go. What's tricky about the summer is we have to, like, we are at that PO limit. Is why it makes summer is different. An option potentially, because I hear you say inclusion or exclusion. What if we exclude some items? Because then my mind went to all the categories we're going to create. And like, well, maybe it's easier if we exclude no new
contracts,
professional service contracts for the benefit of adults, something to that nature. No reservations.
I mean, there might have to be something, but I'm in favor of the Mountain View Community Center.
But that could also be planned before.
That can be planned before the summer. That's true. That expenditure could be made now.
I mean, that's part of it to me is I think the things that are predictable, like a leadership retreat, should be presented before that mid-June meeting, right? And so this should just be about those things where you don't know that you need 1,000 more in the copy budget. You don't know exactly how many textbooks you need. And so I am comfortable with the resolution with kind of that exclusion of like the new services or and then if there's something that comes up in one of those categories that is needed, then I think probably the right thing is, the superintendent calls the board president and says, we need to call a special meeting. And then we have a special meeting about this thing that we're not imagining right now compared to the things that are in sort of predictable are not, sort of in this range of things that we just want the business of the district to go on over the summer and move on. But creating a situation where as much as possible, the stuff that is predictable, put it on the agenda by the middle of June. And then this resolution covers the stuff that's truly coming up over the summer.
So I agree with trustees Reed and trustees Henry.
I think the challenge with that suggestion is that there's a deadline here. And if we don't plan on having a special meeting or set aside a time for a meeting, when something does come up, it may be very difficult to schedule that meeting on short notice during the summer. That's what concerns me.
Could we do like a hybrid where we have the resolution, but we also kind of calendar a if needed date for people to hold on their.
But I mean, ultimately, we're talking about an emergency, unforeseen circumstance, in which case that could happen at any time of the year, and we would have to go through the same process to call a special meeting to figure things out and not have to do all the extra stuff.
If a school burns down over the summer, we're going to have a special meeting.
Okay, so maybe we just go down and see who, what people, it's not clear to me that we have a consensus about anything, but why don't we just go down, Trustee Conley?
I agree with trustees Reed and Henry.
Which is what? You have to state it.
That there are some categories that are excluded, that there is a public report, and that we approve the resolution delegating authority to the superintendent.
And that we ratify sooner than the,
That at our board retreat in early August, that's when we do the ratification.
You agree?
I agree.
All three agree?
I'm disclosure, I think it makes sense to me. I'm okay with categorization, but I don't agree with solely delegating the authority to the superintendent.
And I would prefer to hold a special meeting so that everything is disclosed. Everybody has an opportunity to comment on it, even though it's very inconvenient. I also don't like delegating authority solely to the superintendent. I think we just can't do that. And whether it's one board member or the board members who are available or a special meeting, then okay. So, but does that change anybody's thoughts?
I'm open to it. If there's an emergency, we have a special meeting. But I'm in alignment with,
I mean, in general, if there's an emergency, we have a special meeting, but I think I don't want, I'm worried about the risk of us not being able to achieve a quorum over the summer in this case, when we have the foresight to know that something might come up and we can.
Okay, so then I think as a follow-on to what I see as the board majority, that are you suggesting that as a follow-on, should we have this, ask the staff to come up with categories of items
to exclude.
to exclude? And if there's any, and probably expenditure amounts, is that appropriate?
I don't think, I don't,
So any amount for books, it doesn't matter, for example.
I mean, we'd have to buy the books regardless.
I'm not arguing about the, I'm asking you, right? No, right? No, it doesn't make sense. And if there's an expenditure during the summer that falls in a non-excluded category, then we have to have a special meeting.
And the beauty of this is that this is a discussion item tonight.
Yep.
So we will have an opportunity for more public feedback on this and further discussion at
I
our
think
next board
limits are
meeting.
appropriate. I
This is
mean,
an
it's-
action.
It's one thing having an attorney bill for, $10,000. It's different having an attorney bill for $500,000. Right?
I mean, I think if we get the categories that are excluded, they're excluded. Do trustees want to put a limit on anything? What would that limit be? That's where I rely on staff to a certain extent to understand what would be realistic.
I think that's why I'm going back to the special board meeting, because this seems like a very Byzantine process. And what we're asking the staff to do, they have better things to do than this.
Some things that I wonder is it seems that the category that created the most consternation, the most issues was professional services that were non-related to students. I think during the summer, we also have professional services we have MVWSD Plus that's running. And we contract out IAs during the summer. We think we know how we're going to staff it, but sometimes things happen. So when thinking about the request about what we would exclude, my mind goes to professional services that are not for students. I've gotten to know Jeff over the last few months, and I think, and where the community's at, I think if he were to use the delegated authority to do something that was not wanted by the public, I just don't see that happening. I think Jeff just said he would be fired. So I think there's a healthy understanding of how funds should be spent. So but I do hear the concern and the worry. I think we can try to create excluded categories things that are for adults only, things for, because I think what I don't want to have happen is when we go to purchase a classroom set of textbooks, which can be very expensive, of us to hit that limit, not knowing what things look like. I think that's where I think it works to have an excluded list or an excluded category.
And I think this is worth the hard conversation we're having because we're trying to carve a new path instead of future precedent that will continue to work for us in future years, which is part
Yeah,
of the.
I suggest we maybe just, since this is a discussion item, yeah, that we can.
An action item. I don't, which was my
It's an
procedural.
action item to give direction.
So procedural question, do we actually have to vote on something here or is there?
Maybe that's,
I think you can give direction to staff to return with perhaps what you've described, but
And a list of exclusion.
Yeah,
And then
and
we
that
can
also
discuss
that
it and then we
gives
can think
us
about
a
it.
thing to think to look at and
Yeah.
give specific react to as opposed
Yeah.
to.
You know, I agree. I mean, I totally agree with you, Trustee Conley, that, you know, we're trying to set a different path here, but we want to try to make things simple also. And that's, and have the district run smoothly. So just a comment. We're going to need to, we're almost 10 o'clock. We're going to need to extend the meeting. So I have a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We can continue this discussion and, you know, when we're ready, move on. Trustee DeFazio? No, you don't have anything to say? Any further comments? Understand what we're looking for, Dr. Westover?
clear as mud.
Yep. Okay, let me get this back up again here. Okay, so we have item J, discussion first reading of board policies update.
I'm going to present, I think I attached some slides to cover. Can we present those? Or, sorry. Oh, they're on the agenda materials. Sorry, on the background, on the additional material section. I'll start talking while. So I'm basically going to talk about the batch of updates, another batch of updates from the board policy committee that Trustee Henry and I worked through. For background, so these are results of the April 16th meeting. So we only make recommendations. Policies are still going to be responsibility of the full board. In general, we take in the CSBA updates to sample policies, requests from board members, staff recommendations, and then we kind of assess any updates or new policies that we need. After initial prep work from the staff, the committee reviews the policies and makes recommendations. In some cases, we do not feel ready to recommend it, and so we continue to work on them. So we don't see, this doesn't have everything that we covered. This is a partial batch, and this will ultimately have like administrative regulations attached as staff turns into more detailed regulations. Next slide, please. So current batch here, common theme among the ones that we're presenting are records. Some of them had updates in the CSBA batch, and then 2 new policies originated from board member requests. I'm sure fellow trustees have all read through the policies along with the red line versions for the updated policy. So I'll just go to high level features. Many of the things that we covered already reflect existing district practice, but it's kind of, we found it helpful to document and describe the desires of the board as we make the recommendation here. Next slide, please. So the first one we'll cover is a new policy, BP 1340, access to district records. Starts by recognizing the public's right to access public records for the district that the district has, and that will provide reasonable access to during normal business hours and within the requirements of law. Superintendent or designee makes reasonable efforts to locate the requested records, regardless of whether they're transmitted through district-provided device or through a personal device or account. And then when copies are requested, we may charge for them in accordance with the law, as was specified in like the AR that comes through. Next slide. No, this is a bigger one around district records. So our overall policy on district records defines what are records, specifically any document with which the district is required by law to prepare or retain, or which the district prepares or retains as necessary to the discharge of official duty. So you can imagine that in the operations of the district, we generate many documents, many of which will in fact be records. We have to retain records in accordance with legal requirements and a defined schedule. And the superintendent will annually review and classify records in order to determine the required retention, to make sure that we're keeping things we need to keep, and then potentially drafts that need to be discarded will get discarded along the way. And additionally, they're tasked with, the superintendent is tasked with ensuring a secure document management system so we can do storage, retrieval, archiving, and destruction according to state and federal laws. So really just elaborating on some of the things we already do, but how we can kind of balance what our legal requirements are for things like litigation holds, et cetera, and then still balancing staff workload as we have many years of documents. Details for this specifically are underway by the staff for the administrative regulation, but that'll define the schedule and how what types of documents go into which type of retention. Next slide, please. And now we have some updates on the policy for student records. I'll just briefly cover the existing policy, which is already in place, but we have some modifications in this batch. Basically, have a large set of federal and state laws that give us the framework for how student records must be handled. So we have to enumerate and describe the records collected, ensure security, guarantee access for authorized persons such as parents and guardians. And for the updates, we have additional language around disclosure and confidentiality, which particularly an important one here to note is expanding it from superintendent or designee on disclosure to district or district employee, like more broadly protecting student records here. So this is a nice thing. And then there's finally some new state law, AB 801 in 2024, which we need to effectively provide documentation to certain providers where they're like mobile apps, things like that, where student records might be there. If parents want to request deletion of those records, it's not covered by CCPA. But yeah, that is the quick high level. I tried to keep this light for folks. And then that's it.
Can I add one quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Just one quick addition is that 1340 and 3580 are new to us. They're not new, like new to CSBA policies. And in fact, there were some edits in those policies from CSBA in this packet that incorporate things that relate actually to the enforcement, the immigration enforcement policy. So we're not calling those out because we didn't have the policy to begin with, but that is something that actually all three of these records policies were updated in this packet. Some other things too, but in particular because of the updates to the immigration enforcement policy.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the best format to do this because we haven't really developed like a policy about it. But in terms of board members requesting that the policy committee take up a policy, I'm really concerned about board policy 6144, controversial topics. We don't have this in our district. All of our surrounding districts have it. It is protective of children and staff. And Cupertino did not have it. They were the only other kind of nearby one, and they went through the ringer, and it was really hard on their community. But it provides a protective foundation for very hard discussions about things like ethnic studies or transformative SEL. I think it's really important we have it in place before we begin those discussions. And so I'm hopeful that the policy committee can take it up.
I promise you we're not bottling that up. We covered that last time, right? And it'll be in a subsequent mini batch that we bring forward.
Okay. I was concerned when I didn't see it coming.
Trying to bring things in kind of themed mini batches so everybody can have time to actually review them and kind of, since we won't get another big batch until June. and we have,
We reviewed, I think, 15 in the last policy meeting, and then we thought it would be overwhelming for the broader board to look at all
I hear
15 and
you.
have to do that.
I just
It's
see
coming.
we can pull off a small Band-Aid, or we can wait and pull off a really big, awful Band-Aid. Like the timing and the sequence of this before we talk about our transformative SEL and the framework at the state level and curriculum really matters. And so I'm just concerned, we don't want to have those discussions at the same time.
Okay, so I have a question about actually these board policies. The student records policy, the red line version is just the incorporation of the changes, identification of the changes from this.
Correct, because we had that
School board.
existing policy, and so this is just an update from what was there. The other ones are brand new
Got it.
for us, not for.
Okay, great. This is a first reading. Is there any more questions about this? Okay, any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any further comments from the board?
I appreciate the smaller themed batches,
Yeah.
much more digestible for me. Thank you.
Yes, definitely agree. Easier to read. Yeah, they're a little lethal when you read 20 of them. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the last item in review and action, item 10L, resolution number 07042425, to establish a special reserve fund. Dr. Westover is going to present.
Apologies, I was busy thinking about the resolution. So the resolution to open the special reserve fund is Fund 170. There was also a community question that came in about object code 9789. So we track things by fund and then by object codes. The purpose of this fund is to have a special reserve fund that's not dedicated specifically for building or purpose like a textbook. Right now, the board has a resolution that we have a reserve level between 17 and 20%. But right now, the way we account for this is when we do the multi-year projection, it's all in the general fund. So you see that entire amount on the bottom line. So creating this this fund we would put that 17 to 20% into that special fund. So it's reserved for uncertainty. So it's just another place to park something. And this has come up because it makes it easier to see what money is available for doing things with.
Question, where was the money put before this?
So it's the bottom line. So when you see the multi-year projection, when we do our interim reports, it'll show our reserve level of 30%, but the amount that we like to think about that you have to spend on things is that 30% minus 17%, because we want to keep that 17% reserve level. So it would be taking that amount according to the board resolution and putting it into Fund 17. So it's there for use if needed. So in an emergency situation, the board would just pull it out.
Okay, and the other, as I recall, there's like sometimes $40 million there, right?
Roughly.
Yeah. So 20% of that will go into this reserve fund. What other reserve fund? Presumably the rest is put in another reserve fund.
No, it's just in the bottom line. So when you see the amount that's left, that would be a percentage of our overall budget. So we have different funds where how we account for things. So child nutrition is Fund 12, for example. It is just child nutrition. In this case, this would be a fund just for those economic uncertainties.
Does that mean the bottom line is going to change now when our projections?
Yes. Yep. Because right now, it would shrink it more.
Yeah.
And we've already been doing this naturally together, and every district does it a little differently. So when we look at reserve levels across the state, they actually take Fund 17 and what's in the bottom line, put it together as the district's reserve. So this would be a way, and when I say we've been doing this naturally, when we're doing, determining what we're going to spend, the board typically looks at the third year out, and we're trying to hit that 17%. So what this would do, it would take that 17% out of the bottom line. So your goal would probably be to hit 0%, because you know that reserve level would already be removed from the bottom line.
And in our future presentations, do you then intend to show how much money we have in the various reserve funds?
Yes, so typically when you
'Cause
see
you
the
usually don't show that, right?
we do. When there's normally a chart that says other funds, and it'll show kind of what went in, what went out. So that's also will be in that chart. We also do a summary document in front of the SACS document, so there'll be at least 3 to 4 places that you'll see it. You see it in the presentation, you'll see it in the summary in front of the SACS documents, you would see it in the SACS documents, and then it would end up in our budget summary. So there's multiple places where you would see it.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be really useful because it's always, it's good to see where the reserve funds are also, right? Because, yeah. Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Well, I was going to ask you, you sort of referred to it, but I've been asking around in other districts, and it sounds like this is something that some other districts do as well. This isn't like something we're making up.
No, it's not.
Yeah. I think it's very clean and elegant. I think there needs to be clear communication about it and that the public knows that we have this protected 17% reserve fund. But I do like it for better explaining how we're using our funds and what's available to us.
Any other comments or questions? Questions, I guess, Brett?
Just add, Bill, I think it's also a clean way to account for money that the board has really committed somewhere, right? You've committed to a 70 to 20% reserve. So we're going to isolate that just as we isolate money for child nutrition, just as we isolate money for textbooks. It's a way of accounting for your intent.
I think my understanding is there is a possible board policy that could pertain to this if we wanted to adopt it in the future. Putting it on your radar. So some districts have I want to say it's 30, some, yeah, 3310, that where they actually spell out as a board in policy what their goal reserve level is and why.
Okay, are there any members of the public wish to speak in this item? I don't see any. Any further comments from the board? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Reed, a second by trustee Conley to approve resolution number 07042425 to establish special reserve fund for other than capital outlay projects, Fund 170. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion's passed unanimously. Okay, next item, any board updates? Trustee Reed?
Yes, this week I was able, well, when's the last time we met? I attended a CSBA finance session, which was very fruitful, an entire day dedicated to finances. There's also the CTA, the Teachers Association, puts on a board training session that I was able to attend. And it is very different from the CSBA trainings that I've attended. I also thought that one was extremely fruitful in terms of takeaways. There was a lot of discussion there. I feel that the CSBA tends to be very conservative in focusing on what you can't do and really instilling a fear of this like Brown Act and other things and avoiding litigation, whereas the CTA board member training was really focusing on
empowering you as a board member and telling you all of the things that you can do and that you should do and questions you should be asking and where to find documents and where to look on, even though the CSBA, walked us through the SACS document and what it is and where to find everything. The CTA training really dove deep into, this is where you find out what percentage is being paid off to teaching staff versus management staff versus classified staff. And if it's not where it should be, what questions you should be asking about funds and resources and things like that. So it was, I highly recommend. Our MVEA president will be receiving the slide deck for that, and I've requested that he, when he does receive it, email it out just for everybody to have access to.
I'm really looking forward to reading that. I'm very curious now. I on the CSBA front, President Betty Lusk visited Santa Clara County to tour Region 20 on Monday the 14th. And so I got to organize that visit for her with the executive officers of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. We started at Loma Prieta up in the mountains. Then we went down to San Jose Unified. We visited Berryessa. So in Loma Prieta, we were talking about small school district conditions, learned a lot there. Also, all their buildings fell down in the Loma Prieta earthquake because they're on the fault line. San Jose, we learned about their workforce housing development, which was really interesting. They haven't finalized their site. They're, just in the process, but that was a fruitful conversation. Then we went to Berryessa School District and talked about declining enrollment. Berryessa is going to be closing 3 schools next year, and ended at the Hester Cluster, which is run by the County Office of Education. It's a special ed site for high school students and young adults. And for many children, it is their opportunity for inclusion who might not have been able to participate in a mainstream setting. And it was amazing. So if you ever have the opportunity to go, there was so much to learn there about universal design. And then different, I kept thinking about CTE as well, different ways to incorporate student learning. It was just fantastic. And then this week, I got to participate in a meeting with some of the staff over at Foothill and the members of the Advocacy Committee for Unhoused Students of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. We're trying to find supports for the family congregate setting shelter in North Sunnyvale that also, it's the only family shelter locally. And so it does end up with some of our kiddos sometimes. And so trying to see if there are partnerships, because Foothill is located, they have a location nearby. And I'll be going to the Hoffman Awards, which are coming up. I don't know if you all have registered for those in May. It's the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. I'll make sure to forward you all the invite, but it is, get it on your calendar. The Hoffman Awards are awarded by the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, and I've been a Hoffman scorer before. The awards are looking at programs from districts within our county that can show concrete data around the outcomes that they provide for students, but are also replicable and innovative. And so it's not, I know it's an award ceremony, but it's actually a professional development opportunity. The County Office of Education partners and makes a video about each of the programs. And so you get to learn about what they're doing. And it's held at Metro Ed, and their culinary student department does the entire event. And then all of the students come out at the end with their teacher, and we get to celebrate them as well. So it is a fantastic event. Highly encourage you to attend, and it's priced at cost. It's not a fundraiser. It's just really priced at cost.
More updates? Move on to items for future agendas. That's there, but I don't know why that's there because that's sort of not the way we do it. That's not our board policy.
Well, I think the structure of the agenda is not set by board policy specifically, right? Like,
Yeah, you have to write a letter to the board president, right? 2 weeks in advance.
that is a way for you to do it, but.
No, that's what according to our board policies.
But yeah, so we think this is an informational section where folks can discuss things that they would like to put on a future agenda. It's not an official vote or
Well, I
anything.
would ask you to change that. board policy.
I think we have to update. Honestly, we've had this discussion on the board many times about what the process is. So if we want to do that, then we need to update the existing board policy.
My item for future agendas.
Mhm.
We'll change it.
Other places I do know, because we did discuss this at the meeting, other districts do, I think generally we have a regular flow of these are the things that are coming up on the agenda and we discuss those. So I think we note there, other folks do it in board updates, they'll raise them. We looked at some other districts and how they perform this. So those are always options for us to put things on the agenda.
No,
The bylaws do give you a specific release valve in case you feel like something is not getting on the agenda, but this is, I think,
you
a
bring it to
worthy,
the board for a vote is what you do, right?
only if it is rejected, I think.
Yes, that's right. It's rejected, so you have to write the letter first still. So please change the board bylaws. I've been asking for that for a long time. By the way, I have been asking, brought to Superintendent Bauer's attention that we should start talking about evaluations. How about that on at least 2 agendas? And thinking about merit performance evaluations rather than just lockstep with the teachers union raises. And I've asked to have some professional input on that to sort of guide us through how that might be done.
There's a question that relates to a future agenda, but is not proposing it. Trustee Conley mentioned the SEL adoption. Can you just remind me where we are in that process and when that's due to come up? Thank you.
And I apologize, Hoffman, May 7th. I found the date.
Okay. Further, is any member of the public who should speak on this? I don't see any. Future board meetings, we have in May 8th, May 29th, and June 12th, and I hope everybody's going to the Athena, not the Athena, the MVEF Gala on Saturday evening. So, great event. Okay, with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:23.